Oh shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgot I had the music on in the background. What's up, y'all? Peace. All right, let me shift gears here because I'm in war mode. I'm gonna just let y'all know, divine feminine war mode, of course. But tap in with me in the chat room. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Let me change the vibe in the background. Hold on. Frequency music is more appropriate, and I definitely don't want my video to get taken down. Let me see. What should we do here? A little bit of frequency type energy. What's up? What's up? How y'all doing? How y'all feeling? I'm just going over my notes to make sure I got all my bearings here. Trying to read my writing. Shout out to my moderator. What's up, Queen? I'm rewriting my notes so I can read them. So y'all just bear with me for 1 second. What's up? What's up? I want to give everybody a chance to come in too. What's up? What's up? How y'all feeling? How y'all doing? I really wish I could play my music in the background. It's kind of like my war cry. You know what I mean? When I'm feeling some type of way, the music in the background just kind of really backs me up. But it's all good. 528 frequencies work too. Keeps me level-headed, you know? What the hell does this even say? Oh, where am I at? What does it say? Oh. Oh. All right. I think I got it. So do I have mommy issues? Mommy issues is something we're going to talk about today, so I'm going to make sure that I have this in my notes. It's very important, and I'm definitely in a position to discuss this in the right way because I am a mother. So there's that. Sure. Okay, that's the other thing. All right. One last thing. Let me get some water. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. So sound check. Let me know, moderator, if my sound is good. Somebody left a comment on my last video, my last live, and told me the sound was horrible. I don't know how that's possible. If I check with the chat room multiple times and they tell me it's good, I think that has to be based on the type of device that you're listening on, I would assume. All right, cool. Jaisi said it's good. Peace. What's good? How y'all feeling in the chat room? Just putting a little bit of lotion on my hands to make sure the skin quality is copacetic. I'm in a certain type of mood right now, so I'm gonna try to stay in my well, no, actually I'm not. I'm in a Daenerys Targaryen type of vibration. I'm not gonna lie. So if you guys want the spiritual, soft, feminine, actually everything I'm gonna say today is very feminine. You guys think feminine, being feminine is just, you know, the softness, but there's nothing balanced about that. It's the softness and the kindness and the compassion, and then it's also the constructive criticism and the righteous rage. It's balance. We're all about balance on the ZaZaAli page, ZaZaAli YouTube channel, all of that good stuff. So first of all, welcome to all of you beautiful people in my chat room. I appreciate you guys for being here. I always appreciate your time and attention. I never ever take that for granted. Let me take this this comment that I have posted here. And all right, let's see who we got in the building. Remus, peace was good. Jai C, my Ethiopian queen. You know I can't read your name on here, but I know it's you because you're always here. Very happy to have you. Peace, Quantum. Peace, Red Hawk. How you doing? How you feeling? Let's see what else. Beads by Des. Peace was good. Big Rock. Chris. Shelby. Holistic Academy. What's up? What's up? UFO. Peace. How you doing? Inspired. I love you back. Like that. Peace. Vibe. What's good? How y'all doing? Tony, aka T Boss. How you doing? Peace and love. Master teacher said, hey, who is this Robert Palmer music video vixen? Simply irresistible. Who the hell is Robert Palmer? Who is Robert Palmer? I don't know who that is, but I will take. Oh, that's a song. Simply irresistible. Okay. Pardon me. Sometimes I have Becky moments. How you doing? What's good? I appreciate that. I accept that. Much love. Be free. Peace. Asia Amani was good. What's up, Mr. Azali? Almost like ZaZaAli. We got the same letters at least. So I know you must be cool, at least in that regard. How y'all doing? How y'all feeling? I'm doing very well. Old school MTV. Y'all got you. It took me a second to catch on there. I am. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Okay, I turned it down. Let me know if that's good, sis. Actually, you know what? I'm going to turn off the Bluetooth. I have it on the speaker, so that's probably what it is. This is how you know how frequency works, because the bandwidth, when you have the Bluetooth on, say for instance, the speaker is in the other room and I'm sitting right here. And if I walk past the speaker, it will cut into the bandwidth or the frequency bandwidth of the speaker connection to the phone. It's the same way with human beings. And I'm going to talk about that in just a second when I start showing some of these videos, because I've been kind of, I won't say going back and forth. I've been having constructive dialogue on Instagram. Sometimes I feel inclined to do so. And when I do just that. And I also don't like when people come and tell me not to, not to respond to certain people or not to address certain things. I talk about what I want to talk about. I address what I want to talk about or respond to what I want to talk about. And yeah, it's all good. I'm a spiritual warrior, and sometimes you have to, and a warrior for love. And so sometimes you have to hurl truth at falsehood, So I turned my 528 hertz back on. It's on my phone right now. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to hear it, but I'm going to keep it on anyway, just to keep me centered. Peace to everybody in the chat room. off the rip is Dr. Chris Wilson lesson on the ISIS paper live and well today. Yeah, you guys might have habits to Dr. Francis Cress Wilson's work. But what I want to talk about today, and I've had since I posted this, I had a sister in my membership channel as well as 3 other people in my Instagram respond to me on Instagram and tell me to be careful about talking about this particular subject. I mean, I guess discussing the passport roles inspires fear in some people, or discussing certain things, especially like some of the videos I'm going to play and all of the anti-Black woman sentiment. For some reason, as a culture, we've gotten punked by some cowards. And I'm not calling the passport roles cowards because I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know that community. I don't really pay attention to a lot of that stuff. A lot of you guys, these anti-Black women, dudes online, have inspired so much fear that you guys are afraid, or some people are afraid to address them. I don't talk about this type of stuff really that much, not because I'm scared to talk about it. Oh, I forgot my Slim Thug video. Hold on. Slim Thug has to be brought into the equation. I'm so sorry. Give me just 1 second. You're going to get your just due today, Slim Thug. Let me make sure I find this video. Where did I put it? Oh, I know where I put it. We're going to make sure Mr. Slim Thug gets his, the sound was good when you took it off Bluetooth. We're going to make sure Mr. Slim Thug gets his proper attention today, since he's clearly looking for it. Move your phone back because it's distorting your audio. How about I just turn the audio off because I don't want to deal with all of that. Let's find Slim Thug though. We want to make sure that he gets his proper. Oh, not you, not yet. You're gonna have your moment in the sunshine in just a second, sir. Where is the Slim Thug video? Where did I put it? I think it's on my, I think I saved it on my hard drive and then I disconnected my hard drive. Damn. All right, so I'll just remind myself and I'll pull it back up on YouTube. Because yeah, we want Slim Thug to get his moment in the shine, get his moment in the spotlight, since he's clearly vying for it with his conversation as it pertains to Black women. Actually, let me just pull that up now and have that ready to go. I did save the video, but I disconnected my hard drive and I don't feel like dealing with all of that. So let me just simplify this process real quick. I don't really like doing my videos without any sound in the background. I think it's boring to me, but whatever. That's why it's beautiful when I do content in my own website, because I don't have to deal with all of this in terms of I can play whatever I want to play and ain't got to deal with the ramifications of any of it. But let me just make sure I pull Slim Thug up real quick. 1 second. Where is he at? Okay. No, that's not it. That's it.
Black me.
Okay. Slow your roll, player. We're going to get to you in just a second. All right. So. Okay. Somebody else just said the volume sounds funny. I'm going to stop for a second because I don't want to keep, it's frustrating for me when I'm trying to talk and then I see that type of stuff, right? So tap in with me, my moderator, and then tap in with me, you guys in the chat room. I need for everybody that's tuning in to respond to me, and please let me know if you can hear my sound okay. And if you guys can hear my sound okay, I'm not gonna question it anymore, because I don't want to keep stopping like that. Okay, the volume is better now. Okay, cool. All right, Tampa said it's cool. All right, Shelby said it's cool. All right, Uniquely Beautiful said it's good. All right, cool. Golden Age of Piscean said it's good. All right, perfect. So today's not the day to troll, I can assure you of that, because my moderator has the link, because I know this is a controversial, these are controversial subjects. So my moderator has the link for anyone that would like to challenge anything that I'm saying today. We're going to bring you on live and have you come and discuss, challenge me or challenge what I have to say, or to give your perspective live in front of the world. So that way we can, we can have some balance and some reciprocity. And it's not just me here putting myself on the line, right? So when you see my face, you hear my voice, I do public events. I'm not one of these people that doesn't show who they are. I'm a real live person, right? You can see me. So if you want to talk shit in the comments, then how about we just bring you on video and then you can say it to the world. So my moderator has the link. So anybody that's feeling powerful in the chat room that would like to challenge anything that I have to say, we're going to welcome you to come on and have a conversation face to face live with the rest of the world. Okay. So the reason why I wanted to have this conversation today, originally I had planned recording, going live in my membership channel and doing Headline News episode 68. Shout out to all of my members that are tuning in with me. I have postponed doing that until tomorrow, and I got you guys. I will have that up tomorrow. But I saw a video. I've seen several videos over this weekend that have kind of upset me. Upset might be too strong a word. Triggered might be, triggered might be a better word, or something that incorporates both. But I've seen a lot of content over these past few days and have been engaging back and forth with people on Instagram. And the thing that took me over the top today was a video on Vice called, let me find it, Why American Men Are Moving to Colombia. So you guys can go and watch that video. I would play some clips from it, but I don't want to get demonetized. And it's kind of, tongue in cheek, where I want to show you guys what was said, but then I also don't want to give these dudes, that's the nice term, any additional shine and any additional, light, so to speak. So, but you can go and watch that video whenever you get a chance. And this particular video, as it pertains, it was Why American Men Are Moving to Colombia, and then it had the guy's name, and then it had passport bros, right? So you will imagine my shock. Let me share my screen. When I saw that one of the gentlemen on the video had an actual passport, had a tattoo of passport bros. And then at the bottom it says enlightened Western man. I mean, imagine that. And let me also make let me just let you guys know, I don't know any of these people that I'm going to show the videos. This is not personal. You don't need to get armed and go back and rally up the rest of your posse and start making videos about me and all that good stuff, because I'm not going to watch any of it. I never watch any of it. So this is not a reason. Don't think I'm attacking this particular guy. He was in the video. I mean, first of all, the fact that you would stamp a passport symbol, a passport is a permission slip to travel. So you have to go and ask another man for permission to travel around our planet. The fact that you actually tattooed this on your body is fascinating to me, let alone the fact that it says enlightened Western man at the bottom of the screen. I mean, that is just the funniest shit ever to me. But let me bring myself back up here. Okay, so just a little joke to get us started, right? You have to ask another man for permission to travel, and then you turned around and stamped it on your arm. I mean, somebody please help me make sense of this. It's fascinating. So in the video, these guys, the first part of the video is white men, right? Which I'm not tuned into any of this world. The manosphere, all that stuff. I don't pay attention to any of that. I just hear, bits and pieces from people who send me content, or my friends keep me kind of up to date with this stuff going on, but I'm not tuned into any of those worlds, right? So if you represent that tribe, if you represent that culture, this is not personal. I am not trying to pick a fight with you guys. I don't want any smoke. But if you feel some type of way about what I have to say today, then that's on you. I don't really know what to tell you. When I looked at the Why American Men Are Moving to Colombia, right? I watched the whole thing. First half is some corny little peon white dudes. Second half is corny little peon black dudes. I mean, it's equal opportunity, right? But the thing, of course, for me, why American men are moving to Colombia, the first thing I thought is because water seeks its own level. That was my initial thought. So then I looked at the poverty rate in Colombia. The current poverty rate in Colombia is 33%. Then I looked up the average income in Colombia. The average income in Colombia is $10,000 a year. So when you go to an environment that is dealing with high levels of poverty, and so imagine that 10% a year average income is probably not considered the poverty rate there, just for context, right? Now, yes, the cost of living is less, but my point here is that your charm and your attractiveness and the things that make you a viable potential partner in an environment with a high impoverished rate, or where people are living at a subpar impoverished level, it has a different sort of impact in an environment like that, right? I never hear these particular guys, and I said I'm not really tapped into this world, but I again do, here and there tap in, hear certain things, see certain things, but I never hear these people talking about adding value to these cultures. I don't hear, whether it's white men, black men, whatever, I don't hear them talking about going to Colombia, going to Puerto Rico, going to the Dominican Republic, going to these different places around the world and adding value. Like, yes, I found my queen in Puerto Rico. We just built a school. Yes, I found my queen in Puerto Rico. She's the best thing ever. We're building a factory for manufacturing. I'm just saying. So, okay, let me just stop for a second. Let me drink some water. NB said millions of men come to the U.S. for American women. Not really. I want to know, is that give that a little bit more context for me. Help me to understand what it is you're saying so that I can respond accordingly. And let me say this. I've posted this on my different channels a few times, right? On my different social media pages a few times, right? A man that refuses to learn from a woman is a fool. A woman with nothing to teach him, even more so. I have to say that because what I found, and I'm going to read you guys some of the back and forth that I've been, having on Instagram. A lot of our men, a lot of men, a lot of males have a problem with, I didn't say all. And so if you the hit dog will holler. If that makes you feel some type of way, then I was probably talking to you. What I found is that a lot of men have an issue listening to women, not just listening to what women want, because the intimacy in the male-female relationship, who you marry, girlfriend, boyfriend, that's only a part of the male-female dichotomy. That's only one of the ways that men and women are supposed to be engaging and interacting. You don't have to be in a relationship to have a relationship with a man or someone of the opposite sex. If you are a civilized human being, right? But what I find is a lot of these males have an issue with listening to women. Now, I see NB responded. The context is that America is not a good place for lots of men. The culture is done. Beautiful. Post the link, please, my beautiful moderator sister. Why don't you come in and have a conversation with me face to face? NB. You will have the floor. You can show your face and you can come and say what you have to say to the audience publicly. And then we can have a conversation face to face. I'd love to hear what you have to say, but I'm not going to be responding to you in the comments. So while my moderator says she's going to drop the link when she gets ready to drop the link, and it's all good. This is the frequency and the vibration of the conversation we're going to have today. It's a different thing to say it in the comments than it is to say it face to face. A man that refuses to learn from a woman is a fool. NB, you should contextualize. You should put that in your back pocket right now. A woman with nothing to teach them, even more so. And that is a emphasis on women, girls and women, because this conversation is for you more than it is for anybody. But it's also for the young brothers that are coming up in this chaotic, ignorant environment where men and women have lost sight of the bigger picture, which is God. I'm God having a human experience called ZaZaAli. My goal, your goal, all of our goals should be to elevate into God consciousness, right? So it's important that we start with that, because ever since the Bible came out, the new Bible, depending on which version you're reading, and we were told that Eve was the beginning of sin because she bit the apple out of the Garden of Eden. We've pretty much been blaming and demonizing women for everything, which is ironic because you keep telling me in the same breath that men are supposed to be, or men are righteously or divinely supposed to be the leaders in all of our affairs. I'm talking about as a human community and culture, all people. So if men are supposed to be the leaders, then why are you spending so much time blaming women? Doesn't really make sense to me. Again, anybody that wants to refute what I have to say, we will be posting the link. Sure, okay, she posted the link. There we go. So if you want to come and have a face-to-face conversation with me, the door is open. Let's do it. I'm in the mood. I have the time today. So, blaming women for everything. A lot of you guys don't like women. NB, I think this applies to you. Make sure I stay on track with my notes. A lot of you guys don't like women, which is ironic because this is another thing that never comes up. Then I'm going to show you guys these videos in just a moment. The anti-Black woman sentiment, right? And let me say this, pause. I should have said this at the beginning, but you know, I'm in the zone. Yeah, excuse me. This conversation is not to contribute to the anti-Black woman, anti-Black man bandwidth of consciousness on social media. Not at all. You can't categorize me or put me in any of those boxes because I have a continuity of content that will verify my position on all of these things, right? I'm on book number 7 now. Okay. So Keys to Womanhood, what every young lady and woman should know, is a workbook that I wrote specifically for girls and women, for us to get our shit together and take accountability and responsibility for us. There's no man hate in there. There's no finger pointing. Well, we talk about R word and abuse statistics, but that's just data. It's not really about blaming men. It's just the facts, right? In the Plagues of Dysfunction, my second book, I have a chapter called Black Girl Lost. I have a chapter called Message to the Black Man in America, where I am specifically dedicating a specific topic and focus towards each of us and how we need to take accountability and responsibility. So this is not an anti-Black man conversation at all. I have a son who is a young man right now. Everything that I say in all of my content and all of my conversations has to be able to pass a litmus test and a standard that I have when it comes to my son, who matters a lot more to me than any of this. So I'm not going to say anything in this conversation that I wouldn't say with him present to make sure that I pass that litmus test. Okay? So I just want to make sure we're clear. Somebody's calling me. I may click the link. What's the exact topic though? The topic is, you just look at your screen. It's right there. A Black/modern woman's worth. #passport bros. That's the topic. So, oh, Dennis is talking about cooking. Yeah, come on, let's cook. So my point, going back to blaming the women and everything being the result and the fault of women when it comes to, this is why it's important to study history and to know history. Because in ancient times, women were the teachers and the leaders when it came to spirituality. That's a fact. Now, if you guys want to argue the logistics of that, I think everybody should know that I'm prepared to do that too. Just let me know. Okay. But women historically in ancient times were the leaders and the teachers and maintained the frequency of spiritual awareness and spiritual foundation. In the book of Ptah-hotep, if I had my book with me, I would read it word for word. It's allegedly the oldest book in the world. But in the book of Ptah-hotep, he says that the pharaohs, we're talking about a book that was written 5,000-6,000 years ago, depending on who you ask. He said that the pharaohs, who were considered the quintessential reflection of power, used to go and sit at the well at the feet of the average women, average meaning the women who were, regular mothers, everyday average wives, caretakers, all of that good stuff, right? What you guys like to call traditional women from ancient times, of course. The pharaoh used to go sit at the feet of the women at the well for wisdom. We could talk about Asara, Set, and Heru and the position that she played versus the position that he played versus the position that eventually empowered Heru. We could talk about the Orishas. We could talk about the Neteru, right? We could talk about Nut. If you watch my video, is yoga evil or demonic, then you should have some context of that, at least from my perspective. We could talk about, who else? The Black Madonna, right? We can prove these. These things can be easily proved. But let me stay on topic. I'll save that for if somebody wants to challenge me on that. But the thing that's crazy to me is that you don't like women, Black women in particular. You say America's washed up. There's no good women here. What does that say about your grandmother and your mother and your aunties and your nieces and your cousins and the Black women in your family? I mean, I get it if you've had bad experiences with Black women in terms of intimacy, in terms of marriage, right? In terms of who you chose to have a child with. How you're blaming all Black women for the women you chose to lay down with, I'm not exactly sure. But to my point, how is it that all Black women are no good and you don't account for your grandmother and the women in your family? That's fascinating to me. How are we looking in the chat room, y'all? The anomaly, go talk to her, incompetent deal. Hold on, let me tap in. I know this is what this conversation comes with, right? So I'm here for it, though. I'm here for it. Dennis, she posted the link in the chat room. Why don't you come and have a face-to-face conversation? Let's see what your energetic resonance looks like. Let's see what your aura looks like. Let me see what you look like as a man. Let me stand on it. Okay? There's the StreamYard link right there. I know this spirit. If y'all looking for a bad guy, y'all chose him. You're actually not a bad guy at all. Right now, you're just a troll, or you know what I mean, a chatbot. I don't even know what to call it. Come and have a conversation. He said, bet that. All right, so we're gonna have you come in. Dennis. Peace, Dominic. How you doing, King? Here's the thing, Dennis. And I've said this before many times. Let's look at imagine a pyramid. We have men, and then we have good men, and then we have kings, and then we have God. We know that all men, we know what a man is, right? Do we need to have that conversation? I mean, you guys know I don't do politically correct. I don't care about none of that shit. So we don't need to go through the insanity of what is a man versus what is a woman, right? This is a righteous conversation with righteous people. I don't need to have that conversation, right? No. Okay. So you have men, and then you have good men, and then you have kings, and then you have God. Right now, Dennis, you are in the men you are in the category of men. And I'm only saying that because you have an image in your thumbnail, and then your name is Dennis. So I'm going to assume you're a man or a male, right? So right now, we have you in the category of men. If you would like for us to honor you as a good man, I think we can take king off the table at this point. If you would like for us to honor you as a good man, then come and have a conversation. Okay, hold on. We got some brothers in the building. Okay, let me see. Nate B is here.
Hello.
Peace.
Hello. Hey. How's it going, Zaza?
It's good. You got the floor. What's going on?
First off, I just want to say, love the show. I've been watching you for years. Just happened to tune in. I was in the comments talking about, basically alluding to guys that are going overseas looking for women, various purposes, because they feel like the women in America don't meet those purposes. The whole spectrum, from pure flesh to actual wives. And I know probably most of them are just going looking for something, meat. That's probably the case. But there are other men they just want a better level of femininity than what the American culture has done to the women. I don't think at the core that, and I mean it's the same thing that is done to the men. At the core, we're all life, raise a life, and but the programming here in America for men and women is effed up. And there are guys who want to go out to other places looking for something better. And I'm not trying to deny that a lot of those guys is just like what most Americans do on the weekend, hit the club. They want to hit the club somewhere where the dollar is stretches more and the women are more feminine and beautiful. And it's
Mhm.
easier to get laid. So there's a bunch of men doing that, but that's what all Americans are doing, partying. So for us to judge them like, oh, how dare you? American culture is inundated so much in sex, and how do you look at these men as if everybody ain't shaking their ass in America, and you know what I'm saying? But even on top of that, there's a lot of men who, well, besides that part, there's a lot of men who also, I mean, a lot of women feel this way from the other end. Like if they go to Europe or some other places, they feel the men are more masculine or have the energy is different. It's the same thing when you go to other countries. The quality of femininity is different than it is in America. And
Okay.
I'm trying to say this as respectfully as I can because I respect you. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't
Yeah,
think.
no, I
Yeah.
don't take any offense to any of it. You guys know I'm passionate and I get fired up. So sometimes people interpret me being angry or anything like that. Like, nah, I just, I wanna sometimes it takes rattling cages. Sometimes it takes, a higher charge of energy, so to speak, to get people to actually pay attention, right? So the
Yeah.
fact that you came on and had this conversation with me, like, definitely ups the respect factor, right? And I can't tell you that your perspective or your opinion is wrong or right, because you have absolutely every right to it. Just like the men who want to go to, anywhere in the world may prefer something, they absolutely have the right to that. My issue is when they talk more about how wonderful the women in these places are. They seem to focus more on black women than anything, right? You mentioned before I get into all of that, you mentioned pure flesh. What does that mean?
Oh, guys who are going for sex tourism or just to party and get laid.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm saying the spectrum from that all the way to wives and the whole spectrum. Guys are going out for all that, but I mean, definitely I think when it comes to people focused on black women, I think I think it's the cultural programming. I think this culture it's done a number on everybody.
Mhm.
Um, Obviously, it's done a number on black men. You can get feedback about that from anywhere.
Yep.
But it also done a number on black women. I think I'm just gonna be real. I'm gonna be real, real, real. It's coming from a place of pain. Like I think, and I'm speaking for myself
Mhm.
and what I believe may apply to other brothers, but it may or may not. I can only speak for myself.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I appreciate you, Nate, for sharing your perspective, and I value your opinion. And you don't have to agree with me. We don't have to be on the same page with any of this. The fact that you actually even came and gave your perspective, and I love the fact that you referenced in terms of the better quality women in other cultures. You referenced that the same thing applies to men, right?
Yeah.
Because for every Black man or man in particular that is talking about the condition of femininity in women, I can assure you that there is an equal number, if not more, of women that are complaining or frustrated about the condition of masculinity as it pertains to men, right?
I
And
agree.
so the beauty of this conversation and importance of this conversation is that we can both agree that this is not just something that is particular to Black women or any women in particular. This is a thing that is American culture in the way that it has affected all of us, right?
Yeah, and actually, the white men are saying the same thing about their own women,
Yes, they are. They
and
are.
they're going all over the country for the same reasons. I mean,
Yes.
it just happens to be that our people have been more traumatized than white folks, but this American culture has destroyed everyone.
Yeah. So the American culture hasn't destroyed me, right? And I appreciate you, brother, for sharing your perspective. There are still some among us, and I would imagine because I know some kings, right? So there's some kings tuning into this conversation. Hopefully, we're going to be able to hear from some kings. We got some brothers waiting, and I'm looking forward to hear from all of you guys. So again, there are men, and then there are good men, and then there are kings, and then there are men that are striving to be in that God frequency and God consciousness. So all of us do not fit into those brackets, right? Dennis has joined us. And so I want to bring Dennis into the conversation. Your mic is on, your camera is on. Welcome to the conversation. Thank you so much for having the courage or just
Good
the
afternoon.
fortitude to talk to us. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Miss Ali.
Peace.
How you doing?
I'm awesome. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Let me
You
take this off. Okay. You can go first.
No, actually, I've been going since we've been talking. I'm responding to some of the things you were saying in the comments. So I want to hear. I would like for you to express those things face to face, so we can have a conversation and I can respond accordingly. You taking your gold off like you finna put chuck them deuces up. I mean, I hope you feel
No,
comfortable in having this
um,
conversation.
no, it's not important. That's not important stuff.
Okay, beautiful. I'm listening.
You know what? To be honest, you're one of the very few women in my life that's ever even said that.
Hmm.
I was raised old school. Everyone would tell me that I was raised right. Now, before I started talking, I do have a slight stuttering issue that I'm still working on throughout my life. So even though I may not talk as good as people in the chat, I sure can think just as well.
Okay.
So I was raised by a mom, single mom, like most young Black men in this country,
Mhm.
and I'm no different in that regard. That as I watched her experience throughout my life, it was also my experience because that's my mom. I
Mhm.
live with her. And I got to hear everything. I've heard everything. I've heard everything that my mom expressed. I've heard everything my sisters, my aunts, my cousins, classmates, you name it. Internet, social media. I've heard everything. And I just been sitting back, just taking it all in. But for a long time, I could say that I was, like all of us, we were we were taught wrong. Because and it's not because the people that raised us, they wasn't trying to steer us the wrong way. It's just that they only can give us what they got.
Yeah.
And so if it's a bunch of outdated or if it's a bunch of stuff that they was told by somebody else to benefit their life and not theirs, then that's what they're gonna teach us. But the difference is I'm different in the fact that I always knew that there was a bigger picture.
Mhm.
Like the chicken or the egg, so to speak. I always was trying to figure out the root of all these problems. Like, yeah, we all getting emotional. Yeah, we all got, he said, she said, it's your fault, it's my fault, it's their fault, man. But I've always looked at there's a bigger issue going on. There's the root of this. And Miss Ali, I know when you get on this internet, there are many impressive people on this internet. They look impressive, they talk impressive, they live impressive, they drive impressive cars. But one thing that I have noticed that separates me from the average person is for the past 5 or 6 years, all I've done is study. I've taken knowledge and wisdom and understanding like it's my breath, like this is my life now. And it says in the Bible that with much knowledge comes much grief. And I understand that now, because once you get to a certain point where you start to really know and you start connecting all these dots, it starts to feel really bad, because you start to really understand how far it's gotten, and you start to understand how unaware it's generations upon generations stuck in trauma and generational curses, stuck in blame, stuck in shame, stuck in guilt, stuck in regret. And one thing I've noticed is in this world that people love to save face. People don't want to take accountability. They don't want to take responsibility. And it's easy to shift the blame. It's easier to say you did it than to admit your own fault and that part you played in that. And that's what I see about this country at this point, is that everyone is so-called, throwing their stones and hiding their hands. Everyone is so-called, they call it virtue signaling. But I've learned in life, you can't be virtuous if you don't have any backbone to stand up on. People are so cowardly in the way that they tend to carry their private affairs. Everyone seems to look pretty got put together as far as the public perception of things, but behind closed doors, that's where everything seems to go wrong. And this internet is a gift and a curse, because it's exposed everything, but it's also shown our ignorance. Like, we all get to see what everyone's about, what everyone's doing now, how we really feel now. And so now it seems to be all this clashing, all this disagreement, but it was always there. It was just under.
It's just a magnified right now.
Yeah,
so let me chime in for a second. First of all, you speak very well.
Thank you. I've been told. Thank you.
I am very proud of you, right? For being able to come and have this conversation and to speak your truth. And a lot of this is, the vulnerability of it, right? It's vulnerable to talk about the lack of love in our culture. It's vulnerable to talk about upbringing, the fact that you had a single mother and that, your life was a lot in terms of your upbringing shaped and molded by the women in your life, right? Which means that there was already a lack and already a void, right? I can surmise that based on what you said, right? So the fact that you are even coming and having this conversation, even if we're on different ends of the pendulum, you get much respect for me for that. Okay, I want to make sure I say that, because I know I, kind of got a little fiery with you in the comments. I'm listening. I'm listening to you, right? I've written down everything that you've said. People who my clients know when I'm really, really listening, I'm paying attention to everything that it is that you're saying, right? So what's important for us to understand when we talk about the quality of women in other places versus the lack of quality of women in America, the thing that I know, and I can say this as far as the collective, I wouldn't say this about an individual, but a lot of times we're running from the mirror. The mirror meaning the trauma of our childhood and our upbringing. The lack of emotional support and connection with our mothers, right? The difficulty of being a young man and having to watch your mother struggle and do it all by herself without a support system, without a man being there, right? So what shaped and fashioned her was fire and difficulty. And it's easy for somebody else to come along and be like, oh, she didn't have a man in the household. Why did she choose your father? What, right? That's the common consensus in the social media world, right? We're not having these conversations with compassion. Okay. Now there is a gazillion videos on YouTube and all over social media of anti-black men sentiment. Black men aren't doing this. The percentage of black men are in jail. The percentage of black men that are homosexuals. The percentage of black men that
I
are
know it all.
incarcerated.
I know it all.
Okay. All
I know
right.
it all.
That quantifiable data, if we don't think that is correlated and directly connected with the lack of femininity, the lack of softness, the lack of care and compassion as it pertains to our women, we got to have that conversation, because what happens is if all of our men bounce to Puerto Rico or to South America or wherever they're going in the world, the first thing, wherever you go, there you are, right? If you're not attracting a high quality woman in America, the possibility of attracting a high quality woman in a different country, those things are directly connected. I'm not talking about a woman who will make sure that you have dinner at 5 o'clock and make sure your clothes are clean. That's basic. That whole domestic conversation about whether a woman is cooking and cleaning, for the thoughts on Instagram or the women that are chasing Birkin bags and chasing a bag, that might be a viable conversation. But for the women that I know, not just personally, but I know a lot of women, right? That's the basic level of conversation. So when we talk about high vibrational relationships, we're talking about men and women that are connected on a mental, spiritual, emotional, and physical level. If you're operating in an emotional and spiritual space as a man, you have to have compassion. You have to have sensitivity, right?
Yes,
So,
right.
right? So when it comes to the difficult circumstances that your mother experienced, as well as the difficult experiences that a lot of Black women are experiencing in this country, we need a little bit more empathy and compassion, because we're all trying to navigate this insanity and this chaos and still trying to maintain a level head at the same time, right? So I would like for you to speak in particular in terms of your experience, or what you see as in terms of modern Black women, right? I'd like to give you the floor to say that. We got a bunch of other brothers that are waiting to get on this conversation, and I want to give them the spotlight as well. So I'd like to get your perspective on that.
Not to sound cocky or arrogant, but I'm pretty sure whatever I gotta say, I could speak for whatever man will come on this panel. Like, I know pretty much I'm not saying I know everything, but this is my country. I was born here too. I'm born and raised. And I was always kind of like on the outside observing everything. So I could speak for them too. Check this out. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna level with you here. I really have not pursued a Black woman probably it's been about 4 years.
Okay.
I've gotten to a point where I see what's going on. It seemed to be like a push and pull thing, or like a sick love triangle. It's a game. Now, this is what I mean. It's tricky because most of us was raised by our mothers. So we should know what to expect or what to look for in a woman. But what I've noticed is, Miss Ali, there's not many of us out here. I've been told this over the past 4 or 5 years heavily. There's not many out here like myself. I've felt that my whole life, but it's only been confirmed in the recent years that there aren't many like me out here. And I thought that there was a lot more growing up my whole life. And what I mean like me, quite frankly, real, quite frankly, honest, quite frankly, have character, integrity. I've been let down too. I've been let down by the same brothers that women complain about. I see the same issues, and I've never been like them. But where my grievances come from is that women can never tell that I'm nothing like them until I'm done with them. It's like they'll try to play me or treat me or talk to me like how they're used to most men being, which I understand. Most men are pretty stupid. Most men have like a caveman type mentality. That's the best way to describe it. Like they're not bad people. It's just their consciousness is very low, like primitive, like primitive. And and I paid the price for that barbarian type mentality myself, like being around them. And so over these years, I learned to distance myself from them, not out of fear, but just to keep drama down, to keep someone from getting hurt, because they have to grow up.
Yeah.
Where my grievances come from is women can never tell the difference between me and them until it's too late. I've I've met young women when we was younger, before the babies, before the dramas, before the the ninjas, before social media came out, before a lot of stuff that's out in our face these days. I've had relationships with women and there was nothing blocking it. It was, and when I look back at it now, the only thing that was blocking it is that I wasn't black enough. I wasn't ninja enough. I wasn't ghetto enough. I wasn't tough enough. I wasn't stupid enough. That's the truth. That's the truth. And growing up, I never seen that really change. It just took different shape. It just took different form. Women seem to grow up and get more responsibilities and get better jobs and get money and all this other materialistic stuff. But the consciousness of most women that I've been around and the character, it never evolved. Also. And so I see their counterparts that they've chosen throughout their entire life. It's similar. These same men that have no character, their consciousness is very primitive. They can do stuff. They look good. They talk good. They may have a good lifestyle because they can do something well. But that emotional intelligence is never there. And why are women always complain about these men not having that emotional intelligence per se, but then always choosing them because they got something? And
It's called trauma bonding,
of course it is. Thank you. But see,
right?
but you get what you want. You see, we
No, you
all
get
get
what you are. You
you
get
get
what
what
you are.
you get what you are. You get what you are.
Get
You
what
get
you are, right? And
what
so this is why this is important, and I'm very glad that you said that, and thank you so much for expressing yourself very clearly and concisely.
Thank you so much. Thank you, because now I know why it didn't work with them, because I didn't have that same trauma. Thank you.
Well, so here's the thing, right? When I say you get what you are, you can be matched with somebody vibrationally. You might not have their trauma, but there may be certain attributes about their personality that you share, or, and this is most likely, you need them in order to become the man that you have the potential to be, right? There is no chance encounters. We don't just randomly connect and meet with people, right? So for every, let's say, thought or materialistic or low vibrational woman that a man connects with, right? If there is something about him during that time period in his life that he is either resonating with her on an energetic level, or there is something about this woman in this experience that he needs to become the man that he has the potential to be, right? So when you talk about, how many times, if I had $1 for every brother that in my comments or in my DMs have told me it's not a lot of like women like you, Zaza. There aren't any women.
I was going to say that. I was going to say that.
So you hear me all the time. Well, I don't know if you hear me all the time, but all the time I'm talking about the pyramid, right? the 5%, there's the 85%, and then there's the 10%, and then there's the 5% up here, right? The higher you get up the pyramid, the smaller the space.
Yes,
right?
of course.
So the major states of the people who are operating in the mainframe of consciousness, those unconscious women that you're talking about, they're all at the bottom of the pyramid.
I know this.
As you get higher up that pyramid,
I know this.
smaller, the community is smaller, the tribe is smaller, right?
Yes.
So this is where, for men in particular, you valuing yourself as sacred and not settling is going to be critical. Because here's the thing, we live in a vibrational realm. This is a mental universe. You can go and find a woman just like the women that you ran into in America, in Colombia. I just watched a 50-minute documentary on Vice. The women were talking about, no, you're not in that state of consciousness anymore, right? Follow what I'm saying. You said you haven't pursued a black woman in 4 years, right? I told you I'm listening to you.
I haven't.
So whatever experience you have with black women 4, 5, 6 years ago, if you were to pursue them again today, you'd have a totally different experience.
I know this, but there's a but behind that. Go ahead.
There's always a but. But you got to hear me out before you make the but, because I might say I might clarify anything that you're already thinking and feeling, right? So where you are right now in your state of consciousness is totally different than you were 5 years ago.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
For 5 or 6 years, I've been studying consistently, researching, working on yourself, fine-tuning yourself, getting yourself together. Now,
I know.
If you think that there are no women in America that will meet you there, guess what? There aren't. The universe will 1,000%.
You think? If you think that way, it's right.
King,
go ahead.
I listened to you very intently and didn't interrupt you one time, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
This is something I need for my brothers to understand, and I'm going to say this to you, but I want to say this for all the other brothers. Sometimes it feels like you guys aren't listening. I'm here out of love. I'm here out of love. Hearing and listening are two different things. We having this conversation out of nothing but love, right?
Yes.
So if you believe that there are no women, no conscious women, no women out here that can meet you where you are, guess what? The universe is going to line you up with exactly that experience. So what we're trying to do is peel back the layers of the trauma, peel back the layers of the disrespect that you've been through with other women, peel back like you said, all these women want. You said, I'm either not black enough, I'm not ghetto enough, I'm not ninja enough, I'm not stupid enough, I'm not tough enough. I told you I'm listening to you, brother. I'm with you, right? But guess what? I'm not looking for a ghetto man. I'm not looking for a stupid man. I'm not looking for a tough man. I'm not looking for a ninja. And I'm just personalizing this to me, but I guarantee you there are plenty of other women that are listening to this conversation, because I know a lot of these women that are in this conversation that are resonating on that same frequency. But if you're in the America has destroyed black women mindset, guess what? The universe is 1,000% going to back you up. It never says no. It's always yes. You say there's no good black women, guess what? Here's more no good black women. You say all the women out here are traumatized and don't respect men. Guess what? Here's more.
That's what's
and the algorithm, this was the other thing that was said in the Vice video. So first of all, you got these random chicks from Colombia that are setting men up and drugging men, right? They had, I think it said there's been 10 recent deaths from these men that are coming from the United States and going out here thinking they get ready to sow their royal oats, running into these random Colombian thops who are living below the poverty scale, who might look good. Some of them didn't even look that, you know what I mean, appealing to me, but I'm not a man, so I don't know. They might look good, right? But they see dollar signs, they see usury, and they see fools. Not talking about you, I'm just talking about what's in the video, right? So you can go to Colombia, you can go to the DR, you can go to the motherland and run into a beautiful fool, okay? Wherever you go, there you are. What I want to say to you, and I'm going to take you off the stage so I can bring somebody else in, but I will bring you back in if you stay with us in the conversation. And again, I appreciate you. When I say water seeks its own level, and this is why I'm constantly emphasizing for our men that we need for you to step your game up. Stop messing with these You know, it's funny, the beautiful fool element, right? Because now we have social media, and like you said, people are only showing you what they want to see, what they want you to see. So the algorithm, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram, is constantly hitting you in your lower nature. So you can see the chicks that are doing yoga in thongs. You can see the twerking nonstop. You can see the chicks that are talking about pay me or pay me no attention, right? That's a prostitution model. Pay me or pay me no attention. Well, which whole stroll did you just come off of, right? Okay, so please understand, brothers, that I am not only in this for to speak up for the men. I am so tired of seeing good men and men with king potential get played by these beautiful fools or these beautiful idiots, right? RC, I'm gonna bring you into the conversation, and I want to give you the floor and let you speak your piece. Peace, King. How you doing? How you feeling?
Peace, ZaZaAli. You can hear me all right?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Thank you for having me. Been a fan of your show for a long time.
You're a little low now. You're a little low. I don't know what's going on with your microphone.
All right. Hopefully you can hear me a little better now.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I'll try to speak up.
Okay.
What I wanted to add to the conversation, and it's something that's been on my mind for some years now. So I did about 10 years in the military. Just got out about 2 years ago. And from my experience, specifically regarding the passport, about 7 of my years in the military were overseas. And I think a lot of what we're seeing as far as the passport phenomenon is kind of based on that military industrial imperialist concept where you have a lot of overseas bases, you have a lot of sailors, Marines, etc., who are forward deployed overseas. And quite frankly, and I'm not trying to demonetize you, but as you said, engaging for pay to play. That's just the fact of the matter. So when I see a lot of the conversations regarding around passport bros or this new phenomenon where you see a lot of men, particularly black men, now engaging in essentially what sexual tourism, a lot of that is not these men necessarily looking for wives or quality women, but going there looking to have a good time. And I think it really was a byproduct of guys who were in the military, who were stationed overseas, who were doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
Being said, there were just a couple of things I want to say. Number one, just from my experience, black women, quality black women are getting chose wherever they go. If she's a quality black woman and a man sees who she is, she's going to get chose. And that's just the simple fact of the matter. And quite frankly, is not always being chose by black men, because there's a lot of other guys who are scooping up some of our baddest women overseas. Now, again, you may not necessarily see that on the internet or in the media, but I'm just sharing my experience from the time that I spent abroad. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and I'm gonna try to just keep this as brief as possible, is for a couple of years now, I kind of feel like we may be seeing maybe a kind of like a new phase of COINTELPRO, where there's a gender war being instigated between black men and black women. And the space that's being waged in is online and in cyberspace.
Yes.
So I wanted to kind of offer a different perspective because I see this as something that's really getting a lot worse. And I hear a lot of guys talking about going overseas as far as, thinking that the grass is greener. And I don't necessarily know what they think, they're going to find over there. But, as you said, and I like what you said, is, what's going to rise to its own level. So if you haven't done the shadow work, if you haven't done the self work necessary to attract the woman that you're looking for, it don't matter if you in Timbuktu or in Tennessee, you're not going to find that woman because you haven't done the necessary work to be able to attract that type of person.
Yes.
I think that a lot of the voices that are getting a lot of attention, particularly online, are those who are the most sensational, the most boisterous, the ones who can kind of put out the most low-level rhetoric, which attracts a lot of views, attracts a lot of attention, but not necessarily based in something real or something based in substance.
Yeah.
I just, again, for all the guys out there, particularly, you going to, I just came from DR about 2 weeks ago. It wasn't for no passport, bro. I actually got family who live there. And one of the things that But I mean, I guess the interesting thing that I found is just number one, how beautiful the people are. And I don't mean that just aesthetically. I'm just talking about just as far as the energy. And
Yeah.
sometimes that's what gets conflated in the discussion regarding passport bros is when they talk about, going overseas or, meeting with from different areas. It's not so much that these women are necessarily have anything on black women per se, as much as I think it's the culture. And it's particular the culture, whether you're talking about men or women, is that, Western society in particular has kind of degraded itself so much morally, spiritually, what have you, that when you go to just wherever it is, if they have some type of family values, if they have some type of, indigenous culture intact, you compare it to what's going on in the West, it's going to look like this is, the preferred choice.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's something that's necessarily unique to the black community. I think it's just something that, when we're dealing with the conditions that we are,
Yeah.
particularly right now, is going to have that kind of illusion like, oh, the grass is greener over here, or that these women are doing something. But I don't necessarily think that's the case. And that's just from my perspective. I appreciate your time and, anything you had to offer. Like I said, I was listening to you a lot actually when I was overseas. And that was one of the things that kind of helped me kind of maintain my balance. Never really thought I was going to join the military, but part of the reason I joined the military is because I had several instances with police brutality. And when I decided to join the military, it's more so about what life skills can I develop to make me sharper, to make me more prepared, for what's coming on. And unfortunately, right now, I am considering going abroad again. Just, what we're experiencing right now. One thing I can say is that I'm looking forward to going back overseas is that I did find, at least on a superficial level, that when we're traveling overseas and abroad, that, as you said, everywhere you go, there you are. But more particularly, the Black American communities abroad, where it seems as though we're able to interact, become closer, become more of a real functioning community when we're abroad than when we're here in the States. And I just wish that some of the things that brought us together would be having real substantive conversations like we're doing right now, and not just about, both parties and turning up, and all the party and BS that we kind of come to associate with our culture, but really just being able to build something substantive, whether that be, overseas or here in the States.
Yeah. Nah, I appreciate you so much, King. Thank you. And this is when I'm talking about the difference between, men, good men versus king versus God, like the higher you get up that ladder or seek to go up that ladder, we start talking about your understanding and responsibility to the collective, right? So that king energy means that you are moving and speaking and operating in a way that is bigger than just you, right? It's bigger than just you and your nuclear family, right? You carry yourself and speak in a way that is going to have a ripple effect, a positive ripple effect on the collective, right? So I value and appreciate everything that you said. When you talked about the COINTELPRO and the algorithm, that's 100% right and exact. And whereas in the 60s, they, like the Panthers, for instance, they were sending letters back and forth. They were intercepting the letters that they were writing from one another and falsifying letters and sending letters to different brothers and sisters in the Panthers. So they created dissent that wasn't even there. And by the time they realized it, if they didn't realize it at all, it was too late. There was already conflict within the system. So the algorithm is absolutely promoting all of this chaos, right? The anti-Black women sentiment. And I can, we all got our issues in terms of how we see one another in these experiences that we've had. But like, I don't understand all these females online, this whole anti-Black man energy. I don't want to go nowhere where there's only women. I don't want to go nowhere where there's anywhere where there's not Black men, right?
Right.
I've said this in a previous video. When Black men get in alignment with their higher self and their highest potential, all of the men in the world will follow. I'm going to say that again. When Black men get in alignment with their potential and with their the nature of who they are naturally, all of the men in the world are going to fall into line. How do we know? because the nigger frequency in the music and in the culture has the whole entire world. In my language, but you know, you know what I mean? I gotta say it the way it is, right? So if we can get the world to pay attention to our men on a nigger frequency, imagine what we can get the men of the world to do when you're operating in your God consciousness. The same thing for Black women. We got women in Europe now taking classes learning how to twerk. How is this possible? Right? So if we become known for again going back to the spiritual, being the spiritual leaders, right? Being the intellectuals again, all of the women in the whole entire world are going to follow suit. It's that where I talk about the Kabbalion, the closer you are to the center, the more the freer you are, the further you are away from it, the more in bondage you are. So when you talk about, you know, our people going and living overseas, there's less stress, there's less tension. The cost of living is less. We're not robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? So now you got more time to be creative. You got more time to connect with nature. We're not, you know, in these balled up fists running around trying to figure out how we're going to survive, let alone operate in love. So all of those things are really important, especially the concept of the grass being greener, right? And this is the issue that I have with the conversation again. If you are a brother who went to Colombia and found the woman of your dreams, why are you still talking about the things about Black women that you don't like? This is your soulmate. This everything happened the way that it was supposed to happen, right? But it's the lack-based consciousness element of all of this that's dangerous. Because guess what? The 14 and 15 and 16-year-old brothers are paying attention. The young sisters are watching how Black men are talking greasy about Black women online. It's, you know, Black women are an ecosystem. Black men are an ecosystem, right? So it's not just your whether you grew up in a household with a father, although it matters more, because if you grew up with a powerful man, the less likely you're going to be impacted by all of the chaos. But if you grew up in a household where there was volatility or abuse or no man in the house at all, right? That's going to affect the way you see yourself. That's going to affect the way you see women. That's going to affect the way you parent as a father. So I'm very, very grateful for your time, for your perspective, especially the military aspect, because my father was in Vietnam. He fought in the Vietnam War, and he told me that the women there who were very, you know, pressed for Black men, right? They were all trying to get with the brothers, but they actually believed that Black men had tails, which is ironic because the only people who've ever had tails were European. And that's a whole nother thing about evolution and Neanderthals. I won't get into that. We'll save that for another conversation. But my father told me that when he would meet with Vietnamese women, when he was in the war, they actually thought Black men had tails, okay? And so now in all of the stations, whether it's Germany, there's a lot of mixed race children that come from products of those relationships, etc. So very great point in terms of you think you can go somewhere else and the grass is greener, but you're still leaving behind the damage that you did to the Black women in your past. You're still leaving behind the responsibility and accountability for what your mother went through and the fact that your father wasn't there, and you got nieces and nephews and right, that whole family infrastructure. So I appreciate you so much, King. I'm very, very grateful that you dropped those jewels on us. I'm going to play one video and then I'm going to come back to you. IGB, I can't see what your name is. And then KB, I'll bring you up as well. But let me play one of these videos just to bring a little bit more in terms of the things that I was talking about originally. I'm going to play one of these videos. Give me just a second to pull it up. All right, here we go.
Here and on Instagram, so anyone coming to my profile can, you know, see that shit and know who the fuck I am and what to expect. So 90% of the people who follow me, Black men and women, follow me because of the content that I do, because of my mindset, because I am a bit, what's the word I'm more Malcolm X than Martin Luther King, because I believe in violent revolution. But so that's why you follow me. So, well, the reason now is because I had to learn a lot of things about Black history in America, Black American history. And you don't get to learn all these things without learning the role of the Black woman. And like I said, there's a certain level of awareness, wokeness that you come to that you just cannot go back from. When you learn a lot of things that our women have done, how I feel about the Black woman, to just blatantly answer, If you notice, I don't do relationship content because while I want us both to be liberated, I genuinely believe you've evolved to become our biggest obstacle. And I 100%, I swear to God, I say this on my mother's soul. I believe the biggest curse to me is my desire and my love for black women. I've been engaged 3 times, and each time when push came to shove, I cut it off. And this is not a saying, like I said, it's a curse. I would rather be somewhere with my mixed family, but my love and desire for the black woman, who happens to be the white man's biggest ally when it comes to destroying my community, that's how I feel. I hate that I can't hate you. I hate that I cannot hate you.
So let's just take this gentleman again. For all of you guys that are looking for a fight or a smack, I don't know this brother. I don't follow him. I don't know anything about him. So this is not personal. I'm addressing his mindset because it's not I won't say unusual, but it's not limited to just him. This is a sentiment that is in the collective consciousness, so to speak, right? So first of all, you're not anything like Malcolm X. So let's just take that off the table. I'm going to take my red pen and just put a big line through that to make sure that we emphasize that. In terms of what our women have done, you mean like our women being the most educated in the country, and there's caveats to that. Don't make that an arguing point. It is something to be proud of. Education is always something to be proud of. Now, the programming aspect of it is a different conversation. I have 2 degrees. So that can never be taken from me. It takes discipline to pursue something for 2 or 4 or 6 or 8 years and then to follow through, whether it's a man or a woman, right? So the education factor in terms of the business ownership, in terms of the glue in the family. I'm talking matriarch. I'm talking grandmama, grandmother. I'm talking about the aunties that have raised children that didn't belong to them because the brothers was incarcerated or left or weren't able to take care of it. And so we have these women, these matriarchs in the family that are picking up the slack, right? I'm talking about, there's so much conversation about when welfare came along and black women, in order to get welfare checks, they put the man out, right? Well, the thing that doesn't get talked about a lot is that if she didn't need the welfare check, it wouldn't have been a problem. Right? If you were able to hold her down financially, do you think she would have chosen getting a check for pennies over actually having her man in the household to not just help with the bills, but to help take care of the children? It's a very pressing job. Motherhood is not an easy thing to do, let alone to do it alone, right? So, but put a pin in that, because from the 50s to the 60s to the 70s to the 80s to the 90s to 2000 to 2010 to 2020, all of us know a woman that held the family down. It doesn't, we see, sometimes when we have this conversation, we're just talking about the women that we want to, a potential mate. We're talking about viable women in terms of, we tend to talk about viable women in terms of your relationship, right? A marriage potential. And that's a piece of the puzzle, but it's not the entire puzzle. So black women, in terms of us being in this country, have absolutely 1000% been the glue. Don't even get me started on slavery and Jim Crow and everything that happened in between, right? So then he said, I hate that I can't hate you. Yeah, I think we can scratch that one off the list too. You clearly hate black women. I'd rather just be with my mixed family. Mind you guys, I'm a mixed race woman. My biological mother is white. My father is black. And I'm emphasizing biological because my mother did not raise me, right? So I'm in a position, I'm qualified to say this respectfully. You'd rather be with your mixed family, but you hate the fact that you can't hate black women. I think you really kind of hate yourself. And you need to stop focusing on black women, white women, all women, and deal with self. Black women have been the white man's biggest ally. See, this is the thing. We can pinpoint feminism, which I talked about in my second book, Plagues of Dysfunction, right? And spoke about that. And I'm not a feminist, I'm an alchemist. I could never quantify myself as a feminist with a sun, because men's rights and boys' rights are just as important to me as women's rights and girls' rights. That's why I could never be a feminist. It's not a balanced organization. And they support a lot of fuckery too. But that's besides the point. Trying not to cuss. So we could talk about feminism, right? We can talk about the very singular minded, corporate minded Black women who think that just because they've kind of climbed the ladder of corporate success that now they're better than Black men, better than all of us, right? We could talk about the highly educated Black women that no longer connect to the culture, or that think that they're better than Black men because they have a certain number of degrees. I know all of the arguing points, but then you have women like me who not only talks the talk, but walks the walk, because I hold Black women hold more accountability to Black women than anybody. Not only because I am a Black woman, not only because I was raised by Black women, not only because all of my female friends are Black women, not only because all of 95% of the women that follow me are Black women, if not more than that. More men follow my content on YouTube than women, but the majority of females in my membership channel, on all of my pages, on all of my content are Black women, right? So then you have women like me, but you would never be able to, the algorithm is not going to feed you my content. The algorithm is going to feed you Cardi B. The algorithm is going to feed you Sexy Red, right? So these type of people are dangerous. He said you've evolved to be our biggest obstacle. You tell me you don't believe in God without telling me you don't believe in God. We've evolved to be your biggest obstacle. No, you are your biggest obstacle. I would never say that Black men are our biggest obstacle. I would never say that anything outside of myself is the biggest obstacle, because I self-lord and master everything that every man that I interact with, every relationship I've ever been in, the best ones and the worst ones, right? I take full 1000% accountability and responsibility. It's called womanhood. Now, there needs to be an increase in the number of viable men that have social media platforms that abide by those same sentiments. Let me play another video and then I'm going to bring one of you brothers in. It's fascinating.
They were doing things better than my race. I'm gonna
Like,
keep
what
it
do you
100.
mean? Define better. Define better.
Well, not better, because I know where she getting ready to go. Not better.
I know you said they were doing things
not
better. I wanted to know what better meant.
Not better. I'm gonna change that.
I'm trying to save you for the
I know
the
you
people,
is. That's
for the
what I'm gonna say.
culture.
Not better for the culture.
There we go.
Right. Not better. I was dating Puerto Rican. I was dating Dominican. I was dating African. I was dating all type of other really size American Black. Right. They were doing way more of what we expect we want our woman to do more than our American. Our American got real comfortable with.
Give me some examples.
Oh man, I mean, their mannerisms are different. Like even my Indian one was from Syria, one of them countries over there, right? I didn't have to really say much to do and be treated like a king. You see what I'm saying? A lot of times with our own American Black, they expect so much of us and what we're supposed to do. Like things like, if we go out and eat and we just have a nice dinner, we can go anywhere and eat and get a nice dinner. It had to be Rue Chris, or it had to be this, that, or it had to be this, that. Then I get somebody that's just as fine, a Cuban or a Colombian. They don't care about nothing. They care about you and your household, even though they still care about the money, but it's not about the money. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's a difference. Not better, but sometimes we get tired of hearing, working bags and sushi.
Do you think that's fair? Because I feel like there's a certain type of woman that does demand that. And to me, I think it depends on the bait you're using and where you're looking. If you're going to go get a model from Instagram that got the BBL, the snatched in stomach, and has all the things that check off money hungry and surface, you're going to get that. If you're going to meet a girl and through different ways and ask different questions, you're going to find that out a lot earlier on, that what's important to her.
I'm not doubting that, but I'm just talking about even if you look on just a regular dating app and just look at what a woman may state that she requires, you know, and I'm saying these things because it feels as if social media, again, is the barometer, okay? And it's the comparison. And when you're comparing yourself to all these other women, and of course, even with the BBLs, because I'm like, that's fine, but I mean...
What's BBL? I'm sorry.
Brazilian butt lift.
Oh, okay.
And it's no shade to women that have
No,
them. I'm just
I was
saying.
wondering. I was waiting for it too. I'm like, excuse me.
It's no shade to everyone that has them. I'm just saying, if you're going by just surface things and that's who you're going afterwards, then guess what? She gonna run them pockets.
Thank you, Sabrina, for the Cash App. I appreciate you. Any love in terms of the Super Chats, Cash App, I appreciate you guys for valuing my time. So let me take this off. I want to read to you guys the comment that I put on this Instagram page, which has gotten a lot of response. Most of it was in agreement, but I just want to read what I responded. I said, your preference is your preference. Love who you love. The issue is this conversation always has to be about comparing and contrasting what Black women do or don't do, because your experience does not relate to all of us. You attract what you are or what you need to grow into your potential. That's what's always missing in these conversations. You're on a certain frequency. That's what you attract until you rise above it. So every Black woman that has mishandled or mistreated you was aligned with you in one way or another. These conversations don't bear fruit because there's too much finger pointing and not enough introspection. And that goes both ways. Now, I could never be a white woman involved with somebody like this and hear him speak like that and actually think that he really truly valued or appreciated me. He mentioned Birkin bags and Ruth Chris. The bar is too low. The bar is just too low. If this is actually, you're dealing with females, I'm not talking about like a random conversation to fill this chick out. I'm not talking about a random DM, because it's all supposed to be a litmus test, right? I see you on social media. We have an interaction. You have a mindset that's not comparable with me. Cool. You go your way. I go my way. I run into you at a lounge or at a club or at a restaurant. You look good. I look good. We vibe. We start talking. You start talking about Birkin bags or about Ruth Chris or about who's paying 50-50 for dinner. You go your way. I go my way. The fact that these type of conversations are active in the collective consciousness is mind-blowing to me. I have never in my whole entire life been out with a man that expected me to pay 50-50. Not ever. I've been out with men, my male friends, where I try to pay and they won't allow me to pay. Would I pay 50-50? Absolutely. What are we talking about here? What I'm going to say Olive Garden. I don't eat Olive Garden, but I'm just trying to think of, price points here. Let's say Cheesecake Factory is something that always comes up, and Cheesecake Factory actually has good food. If I was just vibing with somebody and we came together and met up at Cheesecake Factory and we weren't like officially dating, we were just kind of getting to know each other, I might even offer to pay. But the point is, we're talking about transactions. So if this is what you lead with in terms of the transactional conversations, then again, water seeks its own level. The fact that BBLs came up in this conversations, Birkin bags, BBLs, and Ruth Chris, not to mention dating apps. I don't know how y'all do dating apps. There's no way. I gotta feel your energy and the essence of your being. You know what I mean? Before, and then the fact that you guys be hooking up with randoms on dating apps. You see a chick on a dating app and she looks good, and next thing you know, you guys are bumping and grinding. I beg your pardon. You can't even touch me until I have an idea of what's going on in your mind, let alone actually have access to my body. Again, the bar is too low, not only for women, but for men as well. My brothers, I'm going to say this and keep saying this and emphasizing this. We're going to need for you to step your standards up in terms of the type of females that you are interacting with. We're going to need you. And I don't have a dog in this fight, so to speak. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm just talking about in general. We're going to need you to start leaving these concubines on the side of the road, because not only is it, and this goes back to, I forget which conversation it was at this point, but like these random casual sex interactions are way more dangerous now post 2020 than they were pre 2020. Now, if I need to get into the science of the technology that has been inoculated or put into the bodies of 5.5 billion people around the planet, I can. You guys know I can run it down. So when I say God is in the details, this is one of the details that God has bestowed upon us. It is mandatory, not suggested. It is mandatory that all of us, especially the single ones among us, have some sort of sexual discipline. Shit is not sweet like it was before. Random sexual encounters have a whole different set of outcomes right now. I'm not talking about HIV. I'm not talking about gonorrhea, although those things are still relative. So, and then in the conversation, I'm getting all this pushback. Brothers, oh, you don't, one young brother, and this is why, again, another reason why this was important, because he's a young brother. He's typing to me in all caps. I'm being patient. Oh, you talking that vibration and frequency thing. You must not be from a major city. You don't know how it is nowadays. You don't know how these females out here are nowadays. You must have been raised in a spiritual household. Everybody didn't come up like that. Excuse me. I grew up in Oakland, California, the city of players, pimps, and Macs. Number one. So there's not much that I haven't seen or heard. Can't say I've experienced, but I've witnessed a lot in terms of what the point that he was making. That's the first thing. And then the second thing, no, I didn't grow up in a spiritual house. I grew up in a family that was devastated and almost destroyed by crack cocaine. My parents didn't raise me. My father had different women in my family raising me. So all of the things that you think quantify that or take away from me being able to make these points, I've actually experienced or seen or witnessed things that give me all of the confidence to say what it is that I'm saying right now. I need for my brothers to really, 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 really listen to what it is that I'm saying, because all of the things that you say women aren't, all of the things you say women don't represent, all of the things you say women don't do, I do. Not only do I do, but there are other women that aren't online. You're not going to find us online twerking. If you're looking for that type of female in the clubs today, it's going to be difficult. When you start getting to the top of the pyramid, this up here is about vibration. It's not just about physical attraction. It's not just about mental and emotional attraction. It's about vibration. I'm going to stop there, and I want to bring you in, King IGB. I think that's what your screen name says, or is it KGB? Unmute your mic.
KGB, yeah.
Okay, KGB. Peace, King. How you doing?
Peace. I'm good. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it brief because I gotta go to sleep. But I took some notes so I could try to be concise with it. Something you noted was the quality of the lifestyle. So I think when you're talking to the brother RC, I'm gonna show you something on my phone real quick as soon as I can.
Okay.
God willing, it'll show. Let me see. Okay. You see that?
Okay. I see you Duolingo. Don't try to floss on me because you got 1,000 days. Okay.
Yeah. So, I've been learning Spanish since I say middle school, high school. And so I went to Colombia for a month in 2023. I just kind of wanted to see what it was about. But one of the things that really were not one of the things, this is why I took a list. Weather, quality of food, the societal culture, cost of living with rent, transportation, food, the comparable infrastructure in terms of technology. Notice I haven't even gotten to woman yet or dating or anything of that nature. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like there's so many implications to wanting to travel abroad that I think when the focus is about the Western woman versus something else, it's like you're not even traveling for the right mindset. Because it's like there's bigger issues out here. So it's like you're not really, like, you probably weren't getting women in the United States in the first place, which is why you're thinking about, oh, I got to go abroad and do all of this other type of stuff. It's like me personally, I didn't need to go abroad to get women, and the women still were there. It's like, but even my first event, when I landed in Medellin, I went to a language exchange event, made friends with other guys. And one of the guys I met over there, Jorge, he was kind of connecting me. He's a Venezuelan who migrated to Colombia with his family. He's trying to escape the destabilizing in Venezuela. And when I did go out with women for dates and stuff like that, because he knew I wasn't fluent in Spanish to the level of a native, he was always watching over my back, like, yo, like, watch for this person, watch for that person. So it's just like, what's your intention? You know what I mean? Like if you're going there to experience the culture, you're gonna have a whole different experience than somebody who's just going there just for sex tourism or passport bro and all of that type of stuff. And so I kind of just wanted to share, like, from the perspective of someone who's actually trying to travel to experience global culture. It's like, you're not really thinking like the woman should be like, I said the woman was like sixth place for me. You see what I'm saying? Like, like the woman are gonna come if you're living your life with purpose in some shape or form. So that was one thing I wanted to touch on. And also, as a byproduct of this, what the other brother said with the, you know, the COINTELPRO kind of aspect, which is definitely a aspect. Now you got a lot of like what I would call like the bottom feeder US men traveling abroad, and they contaminating the mind of these women abroad, where now their standards are starting to be like Western women. You know what I mean? So it's like they're making it where now, like, I go back to Colombia, I'm more likely to get in trouble than the last time I went, just because they're gonna be looking at me as a mark. They're gonna be like looking like, oh well, he's a person that he might have whatever intentions. It doesn't even matter. And just to put in perspective, just to show how tight they really know. I even met people who are from Colombia. I went to La Feria de las Flores, right? The flower festival that they have in Medellin. And I went with some other people who wanted to go, who were locals. One of them, this girl, Natalie from Bogota. And when we went, everyone knew my accent. I wasn't from Colombia. Well, when she went, a native Colombian, but from Bogota, and she's in Medellin, everybody's talking to her like, yo, where are you from? Where are you from? Obviously in Spanish. De donde eres? And when she was saying she was from Bogota, everyone knew she wasn't from Medellin just off her accent. So I share that to say, like, just like how we know someone's from down south or from out west or East Coast and so forth, they know, like, where are you from? So just from when you go there, your walk, your tonality, everything about you is saying extranjero or gringo in Mexican or whatever, you know what I mean? And so it's just like, you go over there thinking, oh, I'm going to get this higher quality woman. If you don't even know the language, you're already a step behind. And if you don't have the tonality and the local slang, you even further steps behind. So like, just me having some awareness of how to have like casual conversations fully in Spanish, people are looking at me like, yo, you're not the normal person coming over here. Like, I promise you, most people come over here. Like, I would talk to my doorman for about 30 minutes when I get home sometimes. I go to the gym, go out on a date. Maybe I have company later, whatever. But sometimes I would just come down and talk to him, and we would just talk. He'd be like, yo, normal people, we can't do this. And talk back and forth. And then the next day, I remember there was a maintenance sign on the elevator that said, like, they're going to shut off the water to do maintenance. There was a guy coming in town, American, presumably, young black guy. He was renting as well on the Airbnb. And he was like, yo, I can't take a shower. And the doorman's like, huh? Like, what are you trying to say? And then so he's going on his phone, pulling up the translator. And he's like, no agua. And you see what I'm saying? He's trying to say there's no water. And so then he sees me walk downstairs. He's like, yo, look at this dude. This is exactly what I'm talking about. He don't know what he's trying to say right now. He's talking to him in front of my face about him. And so it's like, you got to really imagine, if you're not from there, this is how they view you. You see what I'm saying? Like, they have no respect because they look at you like you're taking our woman, and you didn't even take the time to immerse yourself in our culture. So it's just like, it's the same way when we see someone in the United States and they don't take the time to learn English. It's like, you came to the US for opportunity and you didn't even try to learn English. Like, you know what I mean? And my last point I'll say is like the social media contamination. Like, I think to the people who do want to escape the West, and if their intentions are in the right place and it's not about like a specific subset group of women, black women per se in this conversation, the one thing I can agree with the men and credit to them is the social media culture definitely contaminates, because I think that's really what it is that makes whether it be an Asian woman, a Caucasian woman, a Black woman, a Hispanic woman out here in the United States, or maybe it's the same in the UK and so forth. I think that's what really makes it where these women are not as appealing to most men out here. And I think it's because they're just exposed to social media, the algorithm, so to speak. And so their perception is, well, all the women in my proximity are experiencing or have this ability to experience this high value man, and you know, that whole kind of propaganda with the modern dating. So it's just like, if I have access, if I see someone else who has access to this, and then dating's globalized, so now it's like a guy who would never been accessible to you is accessible in a DM. It makes a lot of these women have a higher perception of self when it's like, are you adding value to that man's life?
Yeah.
Do you know what that man really values for you to want to be in his life? Do you know if his attention equates to marriage material, or if it's just attention? You know what I mean? It's a lot misperceived value. So I can kind of understand why some men want to get up out of here. But I think my thing is like, if you're trying to get your life together, that should be the priority. It's like, where can you get the value arbitrage before the system crashes so that you can go wherever you want to go in the world? Because with that, you'll be so good. You can take care of a family. You can take care of your wife. You can take care of your children. You can take care of your family over here if you want to be able to have them come with you. Like maybe you want to have your own farm and grow your own food and have your own like place where you can carry the people you love. So it's like, if it's really about living, there's so many elements beyond just like the woman. And not to say that the woman isn't important. The woman, it's man and woman. We're here for a reason. But at the end of the day, it's like, you as a man should be trying to stabilize and secure yourself so that you can have a life that's worth living with other people. And until you do that, it's just like, you're kind of like, you're not really adding value to people around you. It's like you're holding people down, especially as an adult. Like, you know, you're a child, that's expected. The incubation is necessary. Like, you're 20. And when I say child, like, I mean, I'm just in my 30s. So it's like, I feel like even when I was in my mid 20s, even though I had adult responsibilities, had my apartment, had an apartment I was renting, an apartment I owned, right? I was doing a few different things, but it was like I was still a child in other aspects. Like financially, I was making adult decisions, but in life, I was still making some childlike decisions. But now it's like, I realize as I get older and I see my mom age and I see family members age, I see family members passing away. And it's like the onus of responsibility to be more mature, just to be a man in the world. It's like, I don't really have excuses. To your point, you're talking about like the consequences of intercourse nowadays. It's like, I'll say it for you without, you know, the algorithm being in effect, but like shedding, like, you know what I mean? Post March 2020.
There you go.
I should have brought the little supplement for people who out here doing that. But it's like, if you out here doing it, it's like, you got to be doing something, because you know what I mean? Or even, hold up, I got this because of you to some degree. It's not everything, but it's something. It'll help somewhat. You know what I mean? But like,
okay, bring it up closer to the screen. Activated charcoal.
Yeah, it ain't something. I know. You had the one that the medicine company bought with the clay, the bentonite clay or whatever. But like, y'all got to be doing something, because it's like, if you out here messing with anybody, and especially if you're not asking them like, yo, did you take the, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's critical. Great.
Yeah, it is. And the irony of that, one of those episodes, are you more since in the chat room?
Yeah.
Okay, you know, before. I don't want to say your name. I almost said your name, but you know.
You good.
Okay, so, and I do remember our conversation. There's an article that I'm going to be talking about in my headline news episode where they're talking about AI has created a new is now able to create genomes. Basically, it has figured out the coding to rewrite the inscription of life, so to speak. That's what they're saying. It's more to that. But let me get back to what you said, right? Because you dropped some major jewels. First of all, I'm so proud of you.
I appreciate you.
I'm saying that because we've talked personally, but I'm also saying that because of everything that you said. You know, that whole the bottom feeder element, right? The bottom feeder men leaving America and going, they're going to connect with the bottom feeders in Colombia. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're going to connect with the bottom feeders around the world, right? So that if you're not a bottom feeder, then you're adding value. In a lot of the ancient cultures, dowry was necessary to even get close to somebody else's daughter, right? Talking about we want traditional women. Well, then let's talk dowry, right? To get quiet if you start having those type of conversations, because you got to put up a dowry before you even touch that woman.
Right.
Okay. So the modern woman versus traditional. Okay, let's have a traditional conversation. We don't want to do that. But
that's true.
The social media contamination is critical, because in the same way we say, okay, there are so many negative representations of, and I've made this argument a lot, you know, people will say, well, with the negative representation of Black men in media, for instance, well, they represent, there's a negative representation of all cultures, right? They got comedic, silly, white shows, but the difference is when you go into a bank, who's the president, right? When you go and deal with people that are in upper echelon positions of authority, whether it's in the court system or the legal system or the educational system, the higher you go up, the more representations that don't look like us, right? So we don't have a lot of positive representations to offset the sexy red energy. And I'm saying sexy red energy because it's not just her now. The algorithm is making our daughters think that that's actually cute, right? The whole BBL conversation. I don't understand how women don't see how that looks on the outside looking in. But it's like, nah, if it's getting attention, and that's what I want, right? And it's all rooted in low self-esteem. So
yes.
Social media contamination, and then the idea that you can go into another country and pluck off the ones that you want, right? Without adding value. Yes. Okay, so are you building industry? Are you building infrastructure? Because you're going into places that have high levels of poverty or high levels of things that need to be fulfilled, issues, problems that need to be fixed. All right, cool. You say the culture has created a type of woman that is more acclimated towards who you are. So now what are you going to give back to the culture? Right? Reciprocity, right? Those conversations aren't being had. So thank you so much. I appreciate all of your wisdom. I'm so proud of you, and I'm glad that you had a chance to join us in the conversation. This is my brother Morrison. He's always in the chat room holding me down. So I appreciate you so much, King.
Peace.
And then in the chat room, I highlighted this because I wanted to read it and make sure I didn't lose it in the comments. I think Black women need to listen to Black men when they tell their experiences with modern American women. They're hurting and no one is taking them seriously. I know you can't think that possibly applies to me. That's actually one of the reasons, and I'm not saying you meant that to me, so I'm not taking it personal, but that's one of the reasons that we're actually having this conversation, not just to combat the quote unquote passport bros energy, but to reiterate the fact that there is an issue, right? If we have a collective, whatever the number is, and I think the number is growing, not just because we think the grass is greener on the other side, but because a lot of our men are very turned off and dissatisfied with what's happening in terms of our culture and with our women. And my son is a young man. So this conversation is extremely important to me because, as I've said in previous videos, for the women that are raising the future concubines of the future, please keep them away from my son, right? So I'm listening and have been listening. And also the things that men are frustrated with in our culture, please understand. And let me unpin this comment real quick. Where is it? I don't even know where it is. I think I lost it. Hang on. Hi, current comment. Okay. Please, I cannot emphasize this enough. There are so many women, Black women in America in particular, that are so disgusted and so overwhelmed and so tired of and so exhausted by concubine culture. I mean, when I say concubine culture, I'm talking about the freedom sexual movement that's being led by the lower nature. I mean, do I really need to explain that at this point, right? So the representation of Black women through all of, whether it's social media, whether it's in media, whether it's in film. You know, like I always say, you can't objectify yourself and get mad that you get treated like an object. I'm going to always stand on that. That doesn't mean that I justify men mistreating women, but again, water seeks its own level. So I have to make sure that I say that, because I need for our brothers to understand the same things that you guys are, the fact that strip culture is now in the mainframe of consciousness. Trust me, we are just as well. You guys might not be disgusted. It might be something that tickles your fancy, as long as no other races are watching. I don't know. I've never been in a strip club before, right? But I'm just saying, all of the things that you guys are frustrated with, we are equally frustrated, if not more frustrated, because we have to deal with the residual, right? We have men now, and I've experienced this. We have men now that we engage with and interact with that are like sending DICK pics or gray sweatpants pics, or talking sexually, you know, second or third or fourth conversation, or second or third or fourth date, right? Why are we talking about sex? I don't even know you like that. So we are dealing with the residual fall off from the way that our men are being contaminated by dealing with the bottom feeder females, black females, whatever females, because there's bottom feeders in every race. I don't know why black men won't talk about that. I'm glad the brother who came on and talked about the military aspect kind of brought that to the forefront. The fact that you don't think that there's bottom feeder white women and bottom feeder women in South America and bottom feeder women all across the world, that it's only particular to black women, I beg your pardon. Those are just the ones you're focusing on, right? So bottom feeder men connect with bottom feeder women, just don't have children. That's all I ask. Just don't co-create. We need high vibrational men and women coming together, and I'm all for black love, but I'm for high vibration black love. That's going to take patience. That's going to take discipline. That's going to have to take internal focus. Like he just said, getting your life together. If the primary focus is going out of the country and finding a woman, or you know, your pick of the litter, so to speak, and you still haven't gotten yourself together mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically, your hatred for black women, to whom it may concern, is a trauma response. The two videos that I just showed of the black men, those are trauma responses. With all due respect, you don't need to be dating anybody. You need to be getting therapy and dealing with yourself. Now, you say the guy said he had a mixed race family, which I'm assuming has mixed race children. How is it possible that a black man that hates himself gonna raise viable, strong, powerful children? No, those children are gonna need therapy in 15 years, I can assure you, because the ignorance that you permeate and self-hate that you radiate is going to affect your children. We don't only raise our children based on food, clothing, and shelter. We don't only raise them based on what we tell them. Our vibrational resonance is raising our children. So if you hate yourself, but you think you can play it off around your children and make sure that the bills are paid and make sure that, you know, the doors are locked and there's an alarm system on the house. Meanwhile, you can't stand the man you look at when you look in the mirror. Guess what? He's the one who's raising your children. You think it's just the brave face that you put on when they're around. No, we live in a vibrational reality. So I just want to make sure that I emphasize that point. There are so many black women. I talk to them. They're in my membership channel. They follow me on social media. They follow me on social media for this exact reason, because they're looking for a better quality representation, because they're tired of hearing the low bar conversation when it comes to relationship, the low vibrational resonance or the representation of black women on social media. Okay? Kabish? Thank you so much, Sharsael. I hope I'm saying your name right. CHRCAEL, just for proper representation. And Tony for the Cash Apps. I appreciate you guys so much. And I think someone sent a super chat. Much love, Big Rock. I appreciate you, King. It's all good, all love. I want to show one more video and then I will bring you in. I think there's KB.
15,000 single people now. So now I learned a thing or two. Most women want a man of you guys' caliber. You know, you guys, I'm going to give you your kudos.
Hold on. Okay. Pardon me. I did something. I messed up my whole little situation here, but it's okay because I'm about to bring it back. So, okay, I'm back on stage. You can hear me. Pardon me for that little glitch in the matrix right there. Let me bring this video back up. What I was saying is this video in terms of the conversation about a high value man versus a high quality man, because I keep hearing people talking about high value men, you know, the descendants or the disciples of Kevin Samuels, which when I watched this video, the comments in this video were just fascinating. You quantify what a high value man is based on the majority of that conversation is based on finances, is based on money. So that's an important element in terms of the ability to provide for a family and to take care of a family. Sure, that does not quantify you as a spiritual being. That does not quantify you as a mental, the power or you understanding the power of your mind. That does not quantify you to have emotional intelligence anyway. So what you constitute as a high value man, yes, but is that a high quality man? Those two things are not the same. So I'm gonna play this video real quick. And again, this is not personal to the sister. I don't know her. I've never heard her before. I just commented on this conversation because I felt some type of way. And now I'm going to share the video with you guys.
You're attractive man, well-spoken man, black man, you know, do well, you do for the community. They all want you. Now, it doesn't matter if she's rich or poor. Fine.
We'll start that again just to make sure we started right.
I've talked to at least 15,000 single people now. So now I learned a thing or two. Most women want a man of you guys' caliber. You know, you guys, I'm going to give you your kudos. You're successful men, you're attractive men, well-spoken men, black men, you know, do well, you do for the community. They all want you. Now, it doesn't matter if she's rich or poor, fine or not that attractive. They all want you. Now, we know the truth of the matter is you guys represent, really when it comes down to it, not the larger portion of the masses. You guys literally might be 10%, might even be less than that. You might be like the 5%ers, the 1%ers, but it doesn't matter because 100% of the women all want you. So what happens is, what I've learned is social media has given people insights to other people's lives. So every girl wants a man that makes bare minimum 100K, has to be attractive, faithful, prefers no kids. If she has kids, love her kids like they are your kids, treat her kids like you created her kids, show up for her when she needs you to show up for her, go to church with her every day, don't ever speak to another woman, always be available, but work so much that you can fulfill my lifestyle. It's crazy. I'm saving listen, my next invention is the AI guy. I'm gonna make the 6'6" AI human-like man because it's literally the only man that represents this. And I think that what I've come to learn is women get really offended because they use settling. I hate the word settling because if you say, oh, you're saying I'm not good enough for a man that makes 100K, and their argument will be, well, I make that or more. So it only makes sense for me to require a man that makes what I want or more. Logically speaking, I get that. I don't have a disagreement there. But the part that they're missing, which matters the most, is that man doesn't date the same. A lot of times the wealthy man or the man that has the money, he doesn't want a broke girl, but he has enough. He goes into it knowing he's paying for everything, right? So even though you have a certain lifestyle, this man in his mind, I still got to pay for everything. So your money doesn't matter that much as you think it does.
So, where do I start? Again, I don't know this sister, so this is not personal. I promise you it's not. I'm addressing the mindset. I don't know her at all. First of all, and what I said in the comments was no, 100% of women do not want them, period, because I don't really even know enough about either one of them to be interested in them. We know they're successful professionally. We know that they, and this is not personal to them, we know they're successful personally. We know that they have an affinity towards assisting Black people in their own unique ways, which I'm very proud of them for. Great job for that. Physically attractive, that is a case-by-case scenario. You cannot say that 100% of all women would look at both of those brothers and think they're physically attractive, because it's just not true. So we can take that off of the list. And then the success factor in terms of the financial well-being. So we have the financial success as far as we can see on social media. We have the interest in being of service to the culture, and we have some level of intelligence in terms of the business world, right? Now, intelligence is multi-layered. You can be intelligent in the business world and be dumb as a rock when it comes to the proper handling of people. You can be dumb as a rock when it comes to understanding women on a deeper level besides the surface level conversation, right? Spirituality wasn't mentioned at all. She said go to church. I don't consider going to church. I wouldn't identify going to church as a representation of spirituality. How do we know? Because some of the biggest NPCs are in the churches. Some of the most wicked shit going on in our culture is in the church. So I wouldn't consider church as going to church as a representation of spirituality. If she used the word spirituality, then I would have rocked with her with that. But she didn't. She didn't mention emotional intelligence. She didn't mention care and compassion, your relationship with your mother. What was your experience in your last relationship? How did you treat your ex-wife? Are you a good father, right? Are you a good steward to the women in your family, which very rarely comes up in these conversations, right? And then not to mention the fact that, and I say this from personal experience, the tendency of running into a narcissist or an arrogant asshole, I'm just going to use those words, excuse my language, but the likelihood of running into that narcissistic type of mindset highly increases the more you go up the scale of financial success when it comes to men. Now, I can say the same thing for women, 100%, but that's not what we're talking about here. So the likelihood of running into a narcissistic personality or an arrogant, which is very unattractive, let me just say that. I'm not speaking from things I don't know about. This is not hearsay. The likelihood of running into a man that has a strong sentiment of, or a strong value system in terms of emotional intelligence, and doesn't have narcissistic, isn't walking in the room like, yeah, I got options, who's submitting first. The thing about love is love requires submission. This is why when we talk about submission, especially in our community, I don't even listen to it anymore. Any man that's leading with the conversation about submission, you've clearly never been in love before. And in love with a woman, or had a child, or loved your mother, or loved your father, or loved somebody with all your heart and soul. Nothing requires submission more than love. So I can assure you, my beautiful people, submission is not something that is particular to women. Now, the nature of the relationships and all of that stuff, we can talk about it, but you get what I'm saying. I want to play this Slim Thug video real quick, and then I'm going to bring you in on the conversation, KB. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. I'm going to try to come and read some of your comments. Sasha, an NPC is a non-playable character. So in a video game, or like on The Sims, or, you know, an interactive game like that, if you are the main character, you have control over your character. If you're playing with somebody else, player 2, player 3, they have control over their character and how they operate in the video game world. But all of the other characters in the game, you know, think Mario Kart. I'm old school. Mario Kart. You got 10 cars racing. You're the only real person playing the game. All the other cars are NPCs. So they're not real humans or real people, but they are other contenders that you have to deal with in the game. No souls, no spirit, no none of that, right? So I'm gonna play this video by Slim Thug real quick, and this is the last video I'm gonna play, and then I have 2 brothers waiting to speak with us, and then I'll bring you guys on. KB first, and then Dennis second.
Men, we are the number one wanted man on earth. You are the number one wanted man on earth by all races of women. Snow bunnies, whoever race is outside of black women are gonna give it up to us. We don't have to play no games. Like, we go somewhere tonight and we talk like, ooh, you know, black women tend to do obstacle courses. Even if you ain't got no money, you are still the king of the earth. We are the most dominant gene on earth. If we see any girl, she's a Mr. Baby is black. Even though we want our own black women tend to put us through obstacle courses, right? Black women like to, oh, you gotta wait, oh, we celibate, oh, you gotta marry me, oh, you gotta buy me something, oh, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. White women ain't asking for nothing. Arming you up. We don't have to argue. They gonna go because they look at us like, this is it. I just wish I could have one for myself. Not just white women, all women. Y'all gonna have to let y'all motherfucking guards down. You need to give it up. You might have to help them get to the bread. You gonna have to give it up at least though, because we ain't waiting. Because we know all the other women want us, and for the easy, everybody. Went to college. Here in the city, everybody know that now. You can't lie to us about that no more. It ain't nothing to talk about no more. Y'all know them other girls don't know.
Oh God, please help me. Tell me you
Black women only love a man when they got money. Black women can't ever say I don't fuck with them.
No, stop, Slim Thug. I don't want you to say anything else. That's YouTube automatically going to the next video. I think we've heard enough from you. Tell me you're used to dealing with hood rats without telling me you're used to dealing with hood rats. If anybody is not from the ghetto in the comments and you need an explanation on what a hood rat is, I can explain that for you. Just let me know. My brother called it a bottom feeder. He said, oh, let me drink some water. Boy, Lord have mercy. He couldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole. And I'm not saying he'd be interested, but I wouldn't be interested either. I can assure you. So he said, we are the number one wanted men on earth. He said all races want to give it up. Now, mind you, he's talking about sex. So when I talk about the reptilian brain, I should have pulled up my slides for this. I could have broke this down in a very eloquent, intellectual way. But for Slim Thug, it's not really that serious. The reptilian brain, which is a part of the human brain that we share with the other mammals, right? As well as what the reptilian element, the things, the part of the brain that we share with the other organisms or creatures that have life, right? Is all about survival and reproduction. Survival and reproduction. So making sure that you are safe from predators, making sure you have food to eat, and making sure that you have a mate in order to interact, engage with sexually in order to reproduce yourself. That is part of the reptilian brain that we share with other human beings. With other living life forms, right? That's the similarity within the brain, right? But the human is at the top of the food chain, so to speak, because we have free will, among other things. But stay with me. Anybody that wants to join this conversation, my sister just put the link back in there. I'm assuming she did that because somebody is kicking up dust, and I would love, or not just kicking up dust, maybe just wants to add your perspective. So let me read something to you guys. I put up this video on, it was a clip from, I can't remember which video this is, but it's on the tip of my tongue. But the brother is talking to her, and she's telling him that he's boring. This is on my Instagram page. He's telling her that she's telling him that he's anyway. She's telling him that he's boring, and he feels some type of way about it. So he puts a wad of money on the table and says, "Am I boring now?" And she's like, I'm not impressed with that. I'm with you because I'm boring too, right? And I posted this because, again, the conversation specifically being focused on money. And I know Slim Thug because he has some success and I would assume some financial, benefit, that he thinks that that's what makes him a quote unquote prize, right? So let me read what I said and then I'll respond to that. As it pertains to the conversation on relationships, the bar is too low. Every woman is not looking for a man in a Bentley that can afford a Birkin bag. Every man is not looking for a spinoff from Real Housewives of Atlanta or a female operating on Demon Time. Spirituality doesn't even come up in these conversations. Emotional intelligence, knowledge of self, compassion, respect for women, respect for manhood, self-awareness, passion, and purpose. Self-awareness, let me just keep reading. I'm sorry. Yes, we all have to live. Bills got to get paid. Quality of life is important. But you can be financially well off and spiritually bankrupt. Physically beautiful, yet energetically dusty. Success can be expressed in a multitude of ways. Consistency, discipline, artistry, internal awareness, self-accountability, which is rare, adding value to all spaces, conversations, and experiences. Love in its truest form is about service, gratitude, nurturing another to their highest and best potential. That's why the conversation on submission is so stagnant. Nothing requires submission more than love. As a man, woman, child of God, and most certainly as a parent. Brothers, I can assure you, there are women who would much rather help you build a kingdom than be a slave to a man who built his own. Ladies, I can assure you, there are plenty of men that are exhausted with the pay me or pay me no attention concubine culture, all demands with no substance. Keep working on yourself. Stay away from lack-based conversations on love. We live in a mental, vibration-based universe. Radiate love, attract love. Radiate bitterness and low expectation, attract its reflection. Rule of thumb, never, ever, ever, ever settle. There was one other thing that I wanted to say from the previous video. Oh, the sister who was talking about them being, the caliber of men that most women are looking for, right? These two brothers that she's talking to, I guess that was a stroke your ego session. I don't know. Again, nothing personal. Maybe I need to watch the whole video for more context. But 100% of all women don't want anything. Let's just get that clear. But this is why this is so dangerous, because we already have so many men dealing with, our men now are trying to dealing with depression, dealing with the whole social media contamination, right? And like trying to find your value when everybody's talking about all the high value men. Look at how she downplayed the, if you're broke, he's upplaying the you're broke, right? If you're broke, all the women will still want you. She's downplaying the broke aspect. Like, yeah, if you're broke, none of these women want you, right? It's dangerous because you are fueling this lack of confidence and of high self-esteem in our men, in our young men in particular, right? They're listening to you and thinking that what you're saying actually has value, and it doesn't. Now, when you talk about women that are just checking for how much money you make, or that are only checking for men that have a big strong presence on social media, that applies to them. But what percentage of those women is that? You have to get off of social media to even quantify that. The problem is a lot of our men are qualifying all of our women based on what they're seeing on the internet and on social media. And it's just not the case. Okay? So no, you're not the number one men on earth, my brothers. I'm so sorry to break it to you. You might be the sexual focus of a lot of women in terms of wanting to sexually relate with Black men. They might want you to, and he's talking about sex. So maybe this is what he meant in terms of just knocking the boots. Yeah, we could say that there's a high percentage of all women that might want to try you in that regard. What percentage of women around the world respect Black men, though? Just off top. Because you're saying that all women want you just off top sexually, right? What is the percentage of women of all races around the world that respect Black men off top? Slim Thug. Somebody can clip this off and send it to him if you care to. I don't care. I don't want his. I'm not looking. This is not about him. This is about everybody that's listening to this shit, trying to find some intellectual conversation in the midst of this stupidity. What's the percentage of all women in the world that respect you? We could even apply that to Slim Thug because you're a rapper. That might be a viable, career goal in terms of women that are checking for that. I would not date a rapper. I've had the opportunity before. It's not something I'm interested in. I'm not interested in the entertainment world. Athlete and musician or artist or rapper. It's not something I'm interested in because that world is not appealing to me. But I will let you know, Slim Thug, that when it comes to those white women going back to their households, those Italian women going back to their families, I can assure you they're not bringing you home to meet their family. No disrespect. I think we can all kind of agree to that. And the fact that he mentioned celibate, oh, that's what really took me. Like, why would you, as a Black man, if she's celibate, how could any of us try to downplay? How many times do you hear anybody talk about celibacy? You met a woman that said she was celibate and you have a problem with that? You should be cheering her on for that. You should be bigging her up for that. You should be saying, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to, I might not be able to slide in those skins, so to speak, myself, but good job. You need to stay that way because there's way too many hood rats or freaks or whatever you want to thoughts. Concubines, there's way too many of them. They come a dime a dozen out here. He just said it. The fact that he says celibacy, oh my God. So yeah, no, I'm gonna tell you what 100% of all women around the world want. This is beyond race. 100% of all women around the world, I don't care how ignorant she is, how wise she is, how rich she is, how poor she is, in her true, organic, authentic self, in the natural, organic nature of who she is, the God aspect of who she is. All women want a man that is mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically well-rounded and balanced. I can assure you of that. I'm not talking about concubines. I'm not talking about social media influencers. I'm not talking about strippers. I'm not talking about female rappers. I'm not talking about any of that shit. A woman who is operating in her natural, organic mind is seeking a man that is balanced mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. Now I digress. I'm going to bring you up, KB. Let you have the floor. Get some water and take a breath for just a second here. Peace. How you feeling?
Good evening. Good evening, Zaza. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. First off, I just want to compliment you. I find you attractive. I didn't hear too many people say that tonight. I haven't got a chance to really follow you that much, but I've been intrigued by the show so far.
Okay.
But a little bit about me. I'm an African American, and I have been to many countries, and my middle name is actually Blake. So the countries I go to, a lot of them pronounce that as Black. So with that, I've always been a solution-based person where I felt that because I am an African American and my name is pronounced Black in these countries, it was my job to kind of know the program, not kind of look like the program. So, you know, me growing up in America, I grew up in Atlanta. I grew up in California. Just going back to my childhood days, childhood like fifth, sixth grade, I was voted most handsome, most humorous by my peers. I went to California, which is a complete culture shock then, from when I went from a school that was 98% Black to a school in the damn near the tip of the Pacific Ocean, where now I was a minority. Where in high school, I still dated the homecoming queen. That was my girlfriend. We actually won the cutest couple my senior year. So I kind of do agree with Slim Thug where it hasn't been a problem with me finding attractive women. graduating, want to like yourself. I was saying you were educated. I have multiple degrees that I did honor in, and I just didn't do it to do it. And I when you going back to a passport, bro, again, I've actually had the chance to actually pursue my medical degree outside of USA, in Latin America, where um, many may not know, but Colombia is actually they actually lead Latin America as far as medical technology. Um, outside of it being a, I guess, a cheaper price where much people go there for. But what I've noticed about Colombia is that, again, back to your point, how you saying that these men are just going here to be sharks, becoming they were fish in America, essentially coming to another country to be sharks amongst fish as far as their income. I think it's very fascinating that you find, whether it's because Colombia believes a lot in their religion and whatnot, but the loyalty that's actually exhibit between their women and their men, and they don't have a lot of money as far as America. It's when you look back at the forest behind the tree, it's very interesting to look at that. Now, my personal experience outside of studying medicine to become a physician, shaking hands with upcoming mayors of Colombia, volunteering with, I've seen women who have to hustle by literally, breaking down a bag of Jolly Ranchers to try to feed their children. Um, I find it very humbling to have that after burying my father in a multi-million dollar house, having a mother who's been married longer than I've been living. I find it to be very humbling, but I've always tried to immerse myself in in American culture, graduating from predominantly white institutions, but yet working at places like Clark Atlanta and the cafeteria where I fully got to I fully got to feel I really felt like I got the experience of a HBCU, whether that was doing Freaknik or the homecoming or the marching bands or just Valentine's, being able to see the culture for what it really is. And I took a look back and I say, what is wrong? Again, as a solution based, not just always identifying statistics of the problem, but um, how can we work as a solution as a high value man meeting a high value woman? What is the solution? What is wrong that we cannot get it together, but other people, places in the world can? So I say, I'm looking at the women where I'm saying it seems like what women are doing now is that when you look back, a woman has to say on her deathbed, she has to say, did I am I gonna remember myself for the journey I had with a man, or is a man gonna say it was an accomplishment to have sex with me? So it's two things a woman's going to be celebrated when it comes to a man in that aspect. Is that man going to be able to say I celebrated this woman because I had a journey with her through my life, or he's going to say I'm going to celebrate this woman because I had an accomplishment of having sex with her? And what women are doing is they're saying that that same fire that you talked about, that essentially is propelling them to be this individual in the world with feminism. What they're doing is that time that they're saying that, hey, I don't want to do 50-50. I want to prove to the world this is who I am. What they're doing is, it's what I've seen, it's a seesaw. It's either you're gonna have that journey with that man, go through those trials and tribulations with that man, a conversation I often have with my mother, or you're gonna be you're gonna be celebrated for the accomplishment of a man having sex with you, because you can't say I'm gonna do all of 1 through 45 by myself, and then I'm gonna say now I know who I am and now I'm ready for the world, and expect to have the same impact on a man who's already did it probably much faster than that. Um, and then say, well, I want a man not just to look at me as an accomplishment of just having sex with me, but then you have to say, were you fair to say you didn't even give me a journey? You watched me struggle for these years, and then now you're saying don't treat me as just an accomplishment of having sex with me. Treat me as a woman, that as this journey that you never gave me. So what's happening is you now men are looking and saying, well, what is the probability of this woman now raising my child? Because a woman, a high value man like myself and the colleagues that I talk to, they tell me, we sit down and talk, well, if this woman didn't want to journey with me, why would she want a journey with my child? Why would that journey, this journey, if she did not want to journey with me, why would she want to journey with my child? Why not? That would just, at that point, that would kind of be a job to her. And then it's just like, do I really want that? And then you say, well, why are they leaving? Because they're leaving because they're seeing this woman chose herself. She chose herself, and something we can never get back. You can buy a shirt that says, hey, this shirt was made in Europe, or this shirt was made wherever. But what you can't buy back is time. And instead of these women saying, they coming out with all these rationalizing all these new trends to say, oh, the 50 is the new 30, or the 60 is the new 45. I believe women have to hold themselves accountable and say that I am going to make the ordinary extraordinary with my husband, and be a wife, instead of playing this instant role that, I knew he was a dog. He was gonna dog me. I was ready. I was finally ready to settle down, and I'm 45 now, and I'm ready to, I guess, start this new journey. But I mean, when you talk about a journey at that point, you're talking about menopause and just the probability of a baby being born with a defect, things like that. So all that comes into the point. So now you're competing against, essentially these 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 21-year-old virgins who saying, why should I not start a journey with her? Why do I need to hear the trials and tribulations that she went through with another man? Why, how in what world would that be a benefit? How could you hold that? How would that be equivalent, was what I'm trying to say, to this fresh womb? So then, instead of, the man said, now I kind of agree with the point the man said. He said, now he's saying that, I'm in love with the flesh, but I realized a woman at that point in my life is a roadblock. So you have this woman who all her life, all she knows is how to be successful by herself. She doesn't even have the skills to be in a relationship with a man. So all her skills then is, at that point, is she knows how to formulate the English language to frame it, to make a man a competition now. So then it's like, you would be a fool to say that you're not a roadblock to me, because all your track record to me is competition. You're not you're not you're not my partner, you're my competition. And I think that's why men are looking at, that's how men are starting to look at, I don't want to say black women again, because I've always been a person that if a woman is fine, she's going to control the room. Whether, if that woman is from South Sudan and is the darkest of shades, or she's from the Alps or some mountain, if she is the finest woman in the room, she's just going to control the room. And that's how it's been. That's always probably how it's always going to be. But that's how I'm kind of seeing the world. And women have to. And I think the when you pull the curtains back, you can't play that role of a man being a dog. You can't expect the journey so late in life. And I think that women, with social media, it has put a woman in a life where it's become, relationships have become so unconcentrated that it can't withstand the when things get shaky. Instead of the concentration that was all built from the past, it's so shaky now because it's so diluted, because everyone is just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, looking at all these options and these new opportunities, that when things get shaky, there's no concentration really there, so things fall apart along a lot of the time. So that's my perspective on looking at my country, when I'm saying my country as USA, the state of the game, the state of the affairs, how it is right now.
So thank you so much, KB. I really appreciate you, and I'm only going to take you off the stage because I can't see your face, so I don't want to. I'll just go ahead and respond to what you said. I wrote a whole page of notes, so just so you know that I was listening to you very intently. Your perspective and opinion does matter to me. that's why I just let you talk without interrupting you, because I really want to hear you through and through and get a proper vantage point. And I'm assuming because you listened to us up to this point that you respect my perspective and opinion. So I'm just going to give it to you. So, and you talked about a lot, so I'm going to just respond to some of the things in particular you said. The first thing you said is that, well, not the first thing. One of the things you said, and it's one of the most recent, you said that a fine woman will always control the room. That's not true, King. There's a difference between attention and respect. And I learned this very young. I've always been an attractive woman, so I've always got a lot of attention. And I learned very, very young, particularly when I was in high school, that there is a difference between attention and respect. And I saw a lot of the other females who were physically attractive when I was in high school, who were getting a lot of attention and who were letting that attention gas them up, and they were making choices and decisions as a result. But they weren't getting respect, right? So, and I was always kind of a tomboy, so I always was around my cousins and my nephews, and my nephews being older than me because my sister was older than me. But I listened to men in the way that they talk, and I learned at a very young age that there is a very big difference between attention and respect. So a fine woman does not control the room. A woman's energy, and a woman or a man, right? Your energy can control the room, right? And so I just want to say that, right? Because Halle Berry did an interview recently, and she was talking about the fact that she always wanted to be known as more than beautiful. She was voicing her frustration about it, and it's kind of why she's made some of the choices and decisions she's made in her career in terms of her business or whatnot. And so I'm listening to her, and I can resonate with this so much. I've told you guys about the experience when I was 11. I went to a modeling agency. They had me walk the runway. I told my dad when we got in the car, nope, I don't want to do it. I want to be known for my mind. So I saw the darkness or the negativity that can come with being in environments and in an industry that is only predicated on the way that you look. And I did not like the feeling or the vibe at 11. I said, this is not for me. And I decided in that moment, and I told my father, I'm going to be known for my mind. And now here we are, right? So I just want to say that, the Halle Berry video. So I'm reading the comments, right? And there's women that are relating to what she's saying, but there's a lot of women that are like, no, she's only saying that because she's been hearing it all her life. I've been wanting to hear a man tell me I'm beautiful my whole life. That's bullshit. She's only able to say that because men have been giving her attention, like not respecting the fact that women want to be known for something more than just the way they look, right? So I'm saying that to say that the looks might get you in the door. They're not going to keep you there. And attention and respect are not the same thing. And I need to emphasize that because there's a lot of very insecure vanity in social media where you see a beautiful woman who is obviously getting a lot of attention in terms of her looks. But then when you look in the comments, the way that the men are talking to her, it's not respectful. It's not loving. It's not like, hey, you look like wife material. It's like, hey, I want to F-U-C-K, which is basically what Slim Thug was saying. Which is why I was surprised when you started the conversation out saying that you agreed with him. I understand the sexual nature and the physical attraction that men have. You know, they say men are visible creatures, right? I've heard if I had $1 for every time I heard a man say that, okay, we get it, right? We're all physical creatures in terms of what we're attracted to. That's why we all love nature, right? Because nature is beautiful. You can see the difference between a gray pigeon and a red canary bird, right? And you can differentiate. It doesn't mean either one has more value. It's just one is more attractive to the eye than the other, right? But I need to emphasize this because we live in a culture now that is for women having us competing based purely on looks. And women who are operating in that mindset, I can assure you, when you get them and sit them down at the table, this is what a lot of these men are talking about. They don't have any depth. They don't have any substance. I'm not talking about all beautiful women and attractive women. I'm talking about what I hear from men all the time, right? There's no substance. There's no depth. right? You said you were talking about the 50 is the new 30 element. And I'm going to assume that you're quoting Kevin Samuels in this regard, because I've heard Kevin Samuels talk about a woman's value depreciating once she gets to a certain age range. I'm just going to use myself for an example. I'm 45 years old. I was engaged to be married to my son's father. That relationship didn't work out. I ended it because for whatever reasons, but we were engaged to be married. I had my son, right? But I've never actually been married. I am currently single. I am currently celibate. I have intentionally been single and celibate for more time than I care to mention, but it's been intentional. Please don't ever, anybody watching my content, think that I don't have options. Please don't ever think that I don't have men pursuing me. Some of them are in the chat room right now. Okay? And I'm only saying this because I need to contextualize this conversation. A woman does not really know who she is. And any woman that has passed 40 and into 50 and 60 doesn't even really know who she is until she turns 40. That's the point when she gets past doing things to please other people, doing things to satisfy other people. You know how many women have gotten married and stuck in relationships, in intolerable, insufferable relationships for 10 or 20 years with men that they were dissatisfied with, just to say that they were married or just to keep the family together for the sake of the children. And then when she's 40 or 50, she finally has the courage to go out into the world and do what she actually wants to do, right? When you say, and anybody that has this mindset that after a certain age, a woman or a man, because the same thing goes for a man, because there are other women that are looking at, you know, a 40 or a 50 or whatever age man and are thinking like, yeah, you're, you know, all the same things, but in reverse in terms of the male-female dichotomy, right? Anybody who has that mentality, I know you don't believe in God. Respectfully, and I'm not saying I don't know UKB, but what I know as a spiritual woman, as somebody who loves life, as somebody who loves, I'm very fascinated by human beings, by the physical body, the mind, the way that we operate, the miracle, the absolute miracle and brilliance of the human body. Whether you're an infant, whether you're 40, or whether you're 100 years old, you are a miracle walking, talking, breathing, living, thinking, right? No matter what the health condition, etc. So anybody who develops that state of mind that you have, that you don't have value because you're not attractive to certain people within the other gender, you cannot possibly tell me that you believe in God, because how could you devalue the preciousness of one of God's creations? Not only one of God's creations, but one of God's creation that is the portal of all life, that doesn't really come into the fullness of who she is and her own power until she gets to the age of 40. You said that women are upset. She gets into menopause as if she, you know, menopause, I'm assuming that was brought up in terms of her value depreciating, right? But see, what we don't understand, when I say God is in the details, oh, this is a bar. Wait a minute. Just came to me. God is speaking to me right now. Menopause. Look at the word. This is the men on pause, right? So now, whereas women are, for the first half of their life, focused on children, focused on marriage, focused on cohabitating with the opposite sex, which all of those things are important. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen after menopause. What I am saying is that when menopause happened, or men on pause, that thing that happens in her body that God ordained, by the way, women didn't set that system up. Women didn't set the system of the menstrual cycle up. Women didn't set the cycle of when she starts menopause. God created that. So argue the semantics with the Most High, right? But the idea that a woman who is my age, 45, I'll use me again as an example, intentionally single, option by choice, not because I can't get a man, but because I'm looking for an equally yoked partner, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically, right? So the idea that you think that I am trying to compete with an 18-year-old, do you know how lost I was at 18? Do you know how dumbfounded and silly-minded and the type of just where my mentality was. And I was way ahead of the curve in terms of the average 18-year-old. My mindset was more advanced than most of these 30-year-old females when I was 18, because I was out in the world paying bills and taking care of myself at that point. And I can still look at myself. For you to think that we are actually sitting back and thinking about competing with 18 or 19 or 20-year-old girls, young women who might be physically attractive, who might still, what was the word you used? You said virgin, but you said something else. Maybe I didn't write it down. Oh, a fresh womb, quote unquote. I don't want a fresh womb right now. I have no intention of having more children. Number one. Would I be attracted or interested in a man that wants children? No. And if he was interested in having children and we got together and had that conversation, it was wonderful to meet you. I hope you have a wonderful life, right? So, but the idea, I'm not competing with an 18 or a 19 or a 20-year-old in any regard, because where I am mentally is 1,000 light years away from where she is at 18 years old. Where I am spiritually, the things that my life path has taught me, the wisdom that I've gotten from being a woman, being a Black woman, being a human being on this planet, the value and wisdom from my life experience. You think I'm giving that away to go back to 18? You think I want it? So again, you're talking about one aspect of the conversation, which is the physical. That's the emphasis where you are. In terms of the mindset, a 40-year-old woman is running laps around a 20-year-old. Now, granted, most men don't want a woman who is mentally that mature. Now, that's a different type of conversation, because water seeks its own level. So if you're looking for a younger woman that's not as mentally astute as you are, if you're looking for a young woman that can't be your spiritual guide and teacher, and if you don't think a woman can be your spiritual guide and teacher, then welcome to the ZaZaAli channel. Okay, this idea, we need to stop this. It's silly. I promise you, women that are in their late 30s or in their early 40s or in their whatever age range are not sitting back comparing and contrasting themselves to younger women. And the women of today, the 35, 40, 45, 50, the fact that we have access to all of the health and well-being resources, we're aging backwards. So the physical aspect of the comparison, which you made, not me, isn't even a viable response at this point. And again, I have no interest in having children. I have no interest in a man who still wants to have children, unless you want to adopt, because, that's a different type of conversation. But please stop trying to pit us against one another and think that women are sitting back at a certain age. Woe is me. Oh my God, I can't get this or that. You're not going to find a lot of women that are mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically focused. My suggestion to women, whether you're 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 and you think there's a shortage of viable men, hashtag stay single. That goes for the brothers too, but I'm just responding to you. Never settle at any age, right? Focus on what you want to attract. Focus on the countenance of your heart, right? You talk about success in terms of a woman who has been created success by herself. And again, you're talking about career development. You're talking about income. I'm talking about mental success. I'm talking about spiritual success. I gave a list when I read the response that I gave on my page, where I was talking about successes can also be determined through discipline, through self-awareness, through taking care of your body, through physical fitness, through, creativity, through perfecting your craft, through mastering yourself. As a 45-year-old woman, I'm way more interested in mastering myself than I am in competing with an 18-year-old, I can assure you. You referenced the high value man versus high value woman. And I think that that's where me and you kind of part ways. Well, obviously everything that I just said, but I'm not looking for a quote unquote high value man, because that title has been totally tainted. That title has been run through the mug. It is dusty and dirty and energetically not viable for anybody that is looking to use a language to represent what it is that they are truly wishing to embody. If you want respect, Now, you could say high value man in a room full of Kevin Samuel followers and probably get a standing ovation. You say that in a room full of women that have knowledge of self, and they're probably going to turn their backs on you immediately. So you got to know how to read the room. High value is not the same as high quality. High value might represent credit score, the kind of job you have, the credit score you have, the type of car you drive, right? How you dress, all of those things. Maybe it represents your mind in terms of success and things like that. It doesn't represent the countenance of your heart. It doesn't represent you being a spiritually viable or powerful man, right? So I wouldn't consider myself a high value woman. High quality, absolutely. I self-lord and master of self, absolutely. How many men do you know that are seeking to master themselves? At any age range, having a conversation about mastery of self. Because as a man, once you get into that level of consciousness, your focus is much less about women and mostly, if not completely, focused on mastering self. So there's levels to this, King. You said the loyalty of other women, and in terms of when you talked about Colombia, you used Colombia as an example. And so you talked about the loyalty of the women and men in those areas. It doesn't matter based on income. Then why are so many of those women single and viable for American men? Why haven't their own men snatched them up? Why aren't they all married? Why aren't they already spoken for? In a lot of those traditional cultures, right, where they're still rooted and branded in their original culture and customs, a lot of those traditions come from arranged marriages. A lot of those customs and cultures come from your parents choosing your mate, not even you. So the loyalty factor in terms of, and I can't speak to what's happening in those communities and cultures, but what I do know, and I meant to say this on, I forget what I meant to, for you. Wait, is it? Oh, yeah. So you said we can't get it together, but other places in the world can. I did an expose on Carnival. Remember when the Olympics was it was in Brazil, I think. Remember when the Olympics was there, right? And so there was this big hoopla about all the gringos coming in and the whole sex tourism thing, right? And so all of the local people were mad because the white men were coming down and paying for sex with their women. Are you telling me that there is a large percentage of women in Brazil that are in the sex industry all of the men in the world know that they can go here and purchase sex from beautiful females? Why aren't they married? Why aren't they focused on being, acclimating to their original customs and culture? Is that a high value woman? Does it matter on a ticket price? This whole idea that somehow the things, the worst, the bottom feeder, using that title again, there's bottom feeders everywhere. These women aren't married. They're not in relationships with high value or equally yoked men. They're single and selling their bodies for money, and they're physically beautiful. That's what goes back to being fine and not being able to control a room. In a place like Brazil, where they say beautiful women come a dime a dozen, I heard a man say you can go to Brazil and buy a BITCH for $1 and a cup of coffee. A black man said that. It's in one of my videos. I showed him saying it while he was surrounded by a bunch of what I'll call bimbos. You can go to Brazil and buy a woman for $1 and a cup of coffee. But you said loyalty between the men and the women. So, and just to the point about loyalty, respectfully, nobody is more loyal than the black woman in America when it comes to their men. Respectfully, I'm not talking about the Instagram thoughts. I'm not talking about the social media influencers. I'm not talking about the females that you think represent all of us. I'm talking about the glue in our communities. I'm talking about your aunties and the females in your family that they might be giving the wrong men the continuous opportunity. They might be choosing the wrong men. They might be choosing men that are doing damage to them, that are leaving them in single parent households, that are taking their money, that are dragging them through the mud. But guess what? 9.9% of the time, it's a black man. If you just want to talk about loyalty to your race or to your culture, It's just a fact. What else? I want to make sure I address everything. You talked about being ordinary versus being an extraordinary wife. And here's the thing about that. It really used to frustrate me back in the day. This was big on Facebook, where people used to, these women started offering what they called wife training, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm all for Team Black Love, Team Family, 1,100%. There's no higher reflection of the Most High than a man and a woman coming together that are equally yoked, that are operating in the same vibration, whether they have children and produce something through her womb, or whether they produce powerful, beautiful creativity and life in the world, right? There's nothing more powerful than the union of a man and a woman. Nothing. Just put a pin in that, right? Now, with that being said, the wife training thing used to bother me because a woman does not have to be a wife to come into the fullness of womanhood. A woman does not have to be in a relationship to come into the fullness of womanhood. I didn't say the total power of who she can become, the union of man and woman. But there is an element of womanhood that cannot be found only through the relationship with a man. Who she is, her self-esteem, her self-worth, her confidence, right? So I'm more of a proponent of womanhood training than I am wife training. Because if a woman learns how to properly be a woman in a way that best honors and values herself, she will make an excellent wife. She will make an excellent woman. She will make an excellent neighbor. She will make an excellent leader. She will make an excellent businesswoman. Whatever possible title you could incorporate into that, womanhood training, not wife training. And I have an issue with the word training anyway, because we're not animals. You talked about the roadblock, and you were referencing what the previous, I don't think it was Slim Thug, I think it was the other video, talking about a woman being a roadblock to you. Again, man, good man, king, God. A man will say a woman is a roadblock to me. A good man will not. A man will say a woman is a roadblock to me. A king will not. A God will, well, do I even need to say that? A man who's operating in God consciousness, sitting around talking about a woman being a roadblock to him. You said you were the leader. You said you were the top, you were the head of the household. How could a woman be a roadblock to you if she's an inferior or a subordinate or, you know, helpmeet, second self, all those little titles that those little caveats, right? So respectfully, my brother, and I gave you the floor to be able to completely express yourself and make sure I didn't interrupt you, to make sure that you got a chance to say everything that you wanted to say. I'm not offended by anything that you've said at all, and I don't want you to take it that way. You know, I'm just passionate and I get fired up. And it's important for me for the women to be able to learn how to defend themselves, whether it's in language or whether it's just in terms of how they see themselves and in the world. We rebuke that type of language and mindset in all of its ways. Now, hopefully you've learned something from this conversation, and my perspective is value and beneficial for you, because obviously you and I will never be in a relationship. So the only good that can come from this is that you actually listen to me and soften your heart and open your heart, so that the high quality woman, that the high quality man in you, or the good man in you, or the king in you, or the God in you, which hopefully gets a chance to manifest, can attract an equally yoked partner and not a bottom feeder in Colombia or in America. Dennis, what's good, King? Bring you on the stage. How you feeling?
Pretty good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
First of all, much respect to you. I've been following your material for at least 10 years. I bought a couple of your books over the years. And this is my first time actually getting on one of your podcasts. So much respect to you. Love to you. For sure. I kind of jumped on the stream late. My name is Dennis Jean-Pierre. I was a content creator. I don't create much content now. I live in Brazil half the year, and I don't consider myself a passport bro per se, but I wanted to know what exactly is the beef with so-called passport bros, either from you or from anybody in your audience.
So there's no beef, right? You came in late. So earlier I contextualized this. I watched a video on Vice called "Why American Men Are Leaving." Hold on, let me give you the exact title. Why American men are leaving? Why American men are moving to Colombia? And then it had passport bros as part of the title, right? And so within the video, they spotlighted different races of men from black to white to other that were emphasizing that they all were passport bros. One of the guy in my thumbnail had an actual tattoo that said passport bros on it, right? So that, as well as the extreme plethora of conversation as it pertains to passport bros that is very anti-black women, and I'll say anti-American women, although the black woman element is my specific focus in terms of this. So I have no issue with a man that wants to go anywhere around the world and you know what I mean? Like, that's, go wherever you want, do whatever you love. The issue is the complaining about what all the other women were not, as if the women were the issue, and not taking self-accountability for the reason for you attracting those type of women and experiences in the first place. So there's no beef. We're having an intellectual and a heart-to-heart conversation about the topic.
Okay, that's cool. Well, one thing I often hear from people like naysayers, that so-called passport bros, most of them are lames. I hear that a lot.
There's a great argument for that.
Some of them may be socially awkward or whatever have you. You do have that element in the so-called passport bro community. But the majority of the men that I encounter are men that actually got something going for themselves. I would say maybe 80% of them. Okay. Particularly here in Brazil, the ones that I encounter, these are dudes that have decent income. They got something going for themselves that will enable them to come down here and live and live a good life. So that's one of the main pushbacks I have on that. Oh, you're a lame. Why is a black man a lame? Because he's not street? What makes a black man a lame? Is he socially awkward?
I'm not on that type. I'm team nerd. You know what I'm saying? I'm representing the brothers that don't get representation. So for me, the lame element comes with, and if you go back and watch that Vice documentary that I talked about, it's like 55 minutes. Watch it. It's full of lames, and they're all representing passport bros, right? If you search hashtag passport bros, I think it'll give a little bit more depth in terms of why that lame element is there. Because we talked, one of the other brothers, the term of sex, I think it was sex tourism, right? We're talking about men that are looking to go around the world and basically sow their royal oats in terms of the sexual gratification aspect of this. The brother that was in the military called them bottom feeders in terms of the type of females that a lot of these men end up running into in these different parts of the world. The ones that are only seeking sex, right? Which I'm going to assume that's what you're not, right? So that's where the lame element comes in, as well as, again, the anti-black woman. Oh, let me tell you, I saw a lame once, actually. He was in the Dominican Republic. He ended up at the airport begging for his followers to send him money for a flight because he ran out of money. But he was on a camera. He was on camera with a sister. I forget, Dominican Republic, real dark-skinned sister, attractive sister, but she was a prostitute, right? So he went out there, paid her some money. So now he's filming her and he's objectifying her, and she playing her position because she's getting paid. Obviously, this is her profession. But he's filming her and he's disrespecting her live on camera and putting this up on YouTube. That's lame, right? Under the guise of a passport bro.
Guys like that, I have a real issue with. Because guys like that to me are an embarrassment. If you have to beg your subscribers or ask your subscribers to give you money,
you're a lame.
To fund your excursions, how can you call yourself a man?
You're a lame.
I mean, I never asked my subscribers for money.
Yeah.
I try to show them all aspects of living in Brazil and not just about the women.
Yeah.
I speak Portuguese fluently. I've been to 16 cities in Brazil. I try to show people that there's more to this country than just Rio de Janeiro. Because when people think Brazil, they think Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah.
But I mean, my life is good here. I mean, it's my personality is more. Brazilian society socially is more open than America.
Mm-hmm.
In America, it's socially closed. Not every place, but in general, it's more difficult to make friends in America than it is here. In Brazil, it's easy to make friends. The people are more open and open socially. So my personality was more compatible with this country than in the United States.
Yeah. And I love that for you, right? And so this is like, I don't have an issue with you going to Brazil. Our people are all over the world. This is the thing. Like, we're not limited to anywhere. Go wherever you want. There's Black people everywhere. And whether you get a Black woman or it's not even a race thing, right? I feel like we can go explore the whole entire planet if we want to. I have no issue with that. If you prefer Brazilian women or any other women over American women, I have absolutely no issue with that. I can 100% support you in your success in the way that you said decent income in terms of you sort of emphasize that in terms of the men who are in Brazil or the experiences that you've had with passport roles, that going back to that title, and that represents a part of the conversation, the money aspect, right? That makes you a decent man financially. It doesn't make you a decent man in terms of how you treat people or your value. Not you, I'm talking about the men that you were speaking for in that culture, right? So I find that a lot of the content that I've seen, and I'm not super immersed in that world to be an expert on it, but there is a very distasteful underlying sentiment in terms of the negative projection of Black women and women in America. It's hard enough here as it is. Okay. Let me just let my brothers know if she's a single woman or she was on welfare, I'm using all of the stereotypes. If she's on welfare or she's, having to work 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, all these little sort of things that get thrown in women's faces, like she's already in hell. We don't need the extra torment, the extra negative projection, the next extra negative energy. Now, if you still here with us and you still duking it out with us, and you still here trying to help us to figure this out and figure this chaos out, then that's a different type of situation, right? Because we still in this together. Now, we still in this together globally, but Black men in America, like I have it's a different type of conversation that needs to be had, because you said in America it's difficult to make friends. For a lot of people in America, it's not difficult to make friends at all, right?
Well, I'm speaking in general terms, not everybody.
Yes, you're speaking for yourself, right? You said for you, it was easier to make friends. It's easier for you to make friends in Brazil than it was in America, right?
Now, it's not just me saying that. Other people have said that as well. Other men of other races have said the same thing. Okay. America is not a socially open place like it is here. It's just not.
So that's you guys' experience, but then there are plenty of brothers here in America, and I know plenty of them that don't have that issue.
Well, I mean, again, I'm speaking in general terms, not every person.
So we just balance of the equation, right? So there are men here that have loving, high functioning relationships with their wives that are, found their queen here. You might find your queen in Brazil. Some brothers find their queen here, right? But I'm just saying, all of these it's a case by case scenario. I think the broad brush painting is the issue. A lot of men talk, because the negative things that I hear a lot of men say about Black women, and I see it in other Black women, but I don't know women like that. I don't know any women that don't take care of their children. I don't have any men in my life, friends, cousins, people that I'm connected to that don't take care of their children. But are there a lot of men that don't? Of course.
Yeah, that's called anecdotal evidence.
I mean,
That's called anecdotal evidence. I mean, a lot of people say that. A lot of people, none of the people I associate with do this. Yeah. But you got a whole world of people out there, you know what I'm saying, that do that.
Yeah. Well, it's anecdotal. If it's anecdotal evidence, then the same thing applies for what you just said in terms of the men and the experiences that you've had with the experiences that they've had, right? It's the same thing. So, but that's all we have to go on is our perspectives, our experience, and the things that we've seen. But I just want you to know there's no beef with passport bros. I 100% salute and support you in being in the world and living your best life. It's the only issue I have is the negative projection on all women and Black women in particular in America. We're not all that. That caricature that has been created, that's living and strong on social media, we don't all represent that. Not even close.
And that's one thing I never did. I've been a content creator for like 4 years now. I never talked negatively about Black women, American Black women.
Yes.
Because number one, I'm not there most of the time. So why continue to talk about something that I'm not even a part of? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yes.
So I think that's where most of the beef or the so-called beef or the angst that a lot of so-called passport bros receive is that they compare the women in whatever country they're at to American Black women. And that's where most of the beef comes from. That's what I think. The majority of it.
And that would be one of my biggest beefs, as well as the lame element. You know, you see a lame.
Well, people in our community, the Black community,
I'm being funny, right? Because there's a lot of lame shit happening in our culture. I mean, the women are responsible, men are responsible, right? We could run the gamut in terms of the lame element. But the guy that was in the Dominican Republic, you know, putting the camera and disrespecting the prostitute that he hired so that he could make himself and then ended up at the airport asking for money to get back home. He's a lame. In the name of the passport bros, you guys should strike him from your conglomerate. You know what I mean?
That dude's an embarrassment. I know who you talk about too. He's an embarrassment.
Okay, yeah.
We guys that are in this space, we rebuke guys like that. We ridicule dudes.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? He's not representative of the so-called passport bro. He's just not. He's just not. Contrary to what a lot of people think, we don't advocate for dudes like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I also want to address one more thing.
Yes.
A lot of men are leaving the United States and seeking romantic adventures elsewhere, whether it's to find a wife, having, more sexual experiences, whatever you want to throw in there. A lot of them are leaving because they feel like the average woman in America of all races no longer wants an average man. Due to social media, feminism, they feel like the average man has to do so much to get so little.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Couple that with inflation of the American dollar, the cost of everything is going up. A lot of men feel like they can't financially compete enough to give women what they say they want. Mm-hmm. And then when these men can't do that, they're called dusties or lames or bums or losers, which is wrong. If a dude has a 9-to-5 job, let's say he makes $50,000 a year or whatever, he's got a good job, but because the currency is so inflated, his buying power is not as great as it used to be.
Yeah.
So he can't provide an average woman what most women want, and these women will call this dude a dusty and a lame. I got a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think those women are lame, and I can assure you that they don't speak for most women, and this is why we can't use social media as a measuring stick for what most women want. And I think that's a big part of the problem, because if women use social media as a measuring stick for what most men want, then that stripper sex caricature, that all of that energy that's real heavy and prominent on social media right now, women are measuring themselves based on that. That's a big reason behind the BBL culture, right? You think that because the women who are getting all of the attention look a certain type of way, and so now you're trying to match that because you want to get that same type of attention. Yeah, this is from a low self-esteem place, but still it's permeating in the collective consciousness. That's the female version of, or the flip side of what you're talking about as it pertains to men, right? We got upticks in suicide, anxiety, depression when it comes to men, based on the male-female dichotomy, based on the inability to make a certain amount of money, based on the inability to have a high quality of life, right? We're all dealing with that, men and women. But I can assure you that most women, and I talked about that, I don't know if you what part of the conversation you came in on, but the sister in the video was telling the brothers from Earn Your Leisure that 100% of women want men like them, meaning in the upper brackets of the income, upper echelons of the income bracket, and in terms of them, being committed to the culture, and in terms of them being intelligent, right? So those were the three marker points. And my point was, nothing was said about spirituality. Nothing was said about emotional intelligence. Nothing was said about respect for women. Nothing was said about the countenance of your heart, right? These are the things that can't be measured. You can't quantify that on social media. A lot of the people who are in the community doing good things are only doing it because of social media, right? So no, 100% of the women are not only checking for those type of men. I said in the post that I read, and I know you didn't hear this, but I said, brothers, I can assure you, there are women who would much rather help you build a kingdom than be a slave to a man who built his own. I've had the opportunity on multiple occasions to be the slave to a man who built his own kingdom, meaning what a lot of men quantify as high value. Porsche car, Range Rover, $1 million home, the financial attributes, but in terms of his mental acumen, in terms of the countenance of his heart, in terms of him being able to guide me spiritually, completely bankrupt, right? So you've heard me say before, the pyramid, when you get to the top of the pyramid, the space is small. There's less viable men and women up here. The same thing that men are saying, I guarantee you there is the equal number of women that are saying the same thing. There's no good men out here who are going to care about me for who I actually, look at what the brother just said before you. He said that a woman past a certain age basically has no value, right? Why would any man say that? Even if you feel like that, to say that out loud when there are women listening, right? That's that king element though. If you're a king, you understand that your words have power and they're going to affect the broader consciousness versus not, right? So I'm just saying there's caveats to all of this, but all women, and you said the average woman, I can assure you the average woman is not thinking about Birkin bags and going to Roof Chris versus Cheesecake Factory. But this is what's being put in front of us because the algorithm is keeping the separation between men and women going.
It's not so much about the average woman wanting Birkin bags and living a Kardashian lifestyle. It's about most women prefer a man. Most women date horizontally and up. They don't date down. You know what I'm saying? That's just.
You said the average woman of all races no longer wants to be with an average man. So we're not talking about Kardashian and we're not talking about high levels of wealth, right?
Basically, a man that's better than her. You know what I'm saying? That's
better than her financially.
Yeah, exactly. Because women men in general seek men that can provide and protect.
Because men established that as the modus operandi. That your job was to provide and protect, right?
Yeah.
So then why would women not pursue that?
Well, that's my point. They want somebody who they feel that's the best option to give them that, to provide and protect. Give provision and protect them. Provision means financial stability.
Right. So in LA, providing and protecting, you have to have a certain income. In Tennessee, that number is, in Tennessee, you can live comfortably on a $3,000 a month income.
It's a different marketplace. It's a different marketplace.
Okay, exactly. So a woman in Tennessee, that whole concept of the average man, the narrative shifts now because he doesn't need to make $100,000 a year in order to take care of you and make sure that you have a comfortable lifestyle.
Does the narrative shift? It's the same narrative, but a different marketplace. It's the same thing.
Are there people happy and in love in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Are there women that are in relationships whose husband takes care of the mortgage and makes sure that there's food on the table while she takes care of the children in the household?
I'm sure
these are average men and women.
Huh?
These are average men and women.
They may be. I'm talking about the man being on a higher footing than the woman.
You're talking about what you see on social media, and that's the problem.
I'm talking about what I'm seeing on social media.
Where else can you quantify that?
These are not.
How else can you quantify that besides social media?
These are not red pill talking points. This is nature.
Oh, it's nature. Oh, well, come on, brother. You got to do better than that. I know. I'm pretty. You got to do better than that. I can pull that apart. So come on. How can you quantify that in terms of right now? Because if we talk in nature, we got to go back to the beginning. And I know you don't want to do that.
Go ahead.
Go back to the beginning?
Go ahead, yeah.
In terms of now we got to have a mental, spiritual, emotional, and physical conversation. You want to do that?
Go ahead. I'm ready for it.
Can you teach me and walk me through the Bible and the Quran and help me to get proper perspective on what's going on in the world right now?
No, because I'm not religious.
Okay, then give me your favorite spiritual book.
My favorite spiritual book?
The Gita, the Bhagavad Gita, Taoism. What you want to do? African spirituality, metaphysics. Where you want to go with it? I can go with you.
Law of attraction.
That's the universal law. Oh, you see what I'm saying? That's what, so now there's a very high likelihood that I would be teaching and guiding you spiritually.
Go ahead.
We're going back to the natural order of things. How many men today are looking for a woman to spiritually lead and guide them?
What's that?
How many men today are, I say looking for, but then I'll take that back. How many men even have the intention and the level of consciousness to seek a woman who is spiritually prepared to lead and guide him in this time?
That I don't know for sure.
So you said 80% of the brothers that you've met in terms of the passport boards and in terms of the brothers, how many conversations have you had about spiritual women?
Not many.
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. You talked about the natural order of things, emotional intelligence. This is why so many of our men are out of whack, whether it's in America or around the world. This is beyond race at this point, because we've taught men that their value is in protecting and providing. So they've been hiding and masking their emotions. They've been hiding and masking their pain. And now at a time where we have to be emotionally stable and be able to operate in the love frequency, because that's what the society is demanding of us right now. Chaos, war, potential financial calamities around us, all the chaos happening in the world. You have to have some sort of inner peace in order to maintain yourself in this world. How many viable men in the world are seeking emotional intelligence?
How many viable men are seeking emotional intelligence?
Yeah, just give me a roundabout number.
I don't know. I don't know for sure.
Should I take the leadership position on that topic too?
Go ahead. I respect you enough to let you do it.
So now we're getting back to the natural order of things. This is what I'm saying. You say you want to take it back to the beginning, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, so in terms of the heart chakra and the emotional aspect, and in terms of spirituality, women are supposed to be leaders in that regard. Our churches, our mosques, our spiritual institutions beyond just religion are not being spearheaded by women. This is why the world is so out of whack, right? In terms of the emotional intelligence, in terms of, you know how many conversations I've had where brothers are just they're not listening to me, they're hearing me with the intention of responding. Don't even respect the mind of a woman. And I'm, with all due respect, established enough where I should at least be able to get your ear, and can't even listen to learn. Listening to respond, not listening to learn. So a man who refused to learn from a woman is a what? A fool. A woman with nothing to teach him is what? Even a bigger fool. Hence the situation we're in right now. Because men don't value and respect women the way they originally did. Anything you want to add?
I think you said it all.
You sure? You got the floor.
Huh?
You got the floor. You know, I'm here with you. We can run the gamut if you want to.
No, I respect you enough. I respect your opinion. Like I said, I've been listening to you for a long time. I respect all your spiritual insights.
Yeah, and I know this is a conversation beyond, it's not just spirituality, it's multi-layered and all of that. But the beautiful thing is your choices, your decisions. I don't have any problem with it. I want you to win. I want you to win in Brazil. Go out there and take that shit over. Set a new standard for Black men around the world. Radiate a vibration. Like I said before, and you probably didn't hear this part, if Black men get in alignment with their higher self and their highest potential, all men in the world will follow. They're all waiting for you. But you can't just lead based on 80% of the men have a decent income. That's not good enough. It's part of it, but it's not enough. How many viable, emotionally intelligent men are we producing? How many viable spiritual leaders and grounded men are we producing? How many mentally astute men that are thinking outside the box, that actually can create things from their own mind, from their authentic self, and lead from that space, opposed to all of the bullshit that the world has made them think that they are? How many viable men in the world do we have? Those are the brothers that I'm checking for. Men, good men, king, God. You strike me as a king, so I respect you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Much love. Got anything else you want to add?
No, I think I've said everything I need to say. I just wanted to jump on and get everybody's perspective on their issues or views on what the so-called passport bro movement is all about.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I'm an alchemist, so the important thing about our interaction and our conversation is that this is fighting that fire with water. So the fire, in terms of all of the negative conversation around passport bros, around what Black women aren't, about what Black men aren't, all of this negative energy and momentum that the algorithm is fueling, this is the water and the necessary perspective to bring some balance into the equation. Because we got 20-year-olds listening to this and watching you. We got 20-year-old young brothers watching you. And when you bring your content back up, and when you have a platform where you have a responsibility, not just to the brothers that are going to Brazil, around the world to be happy, but the young brothers in America that are trying to find their way, that are in this, all the stuff everybody else is trying to escape, and we still here thugging it out and duking it out, right? Remember those young brothers. There's good, viable women, average women, quote unquote, like you said, that are still here, that are looking for the brothers that's showing up and dropping his coat so she can walk over a puddle and open the door. And it ain't gotta be Ruth Chris or you ain't gotta. If a man bought me a Birkin bag, listen, if any man bought me a Birkin bag, I would immediately discontinue my relationship with him, and then I'd go online and sell it and invest that money in my business. Okay, if you want to invest some money in me, invest it in me, in my business. Don't buy me a purse that's going to sit on a shelf. That's a very surface, subpar type of conversation. There's way too much attention being had in those areas. I want to talk about the power of a man's mind. I want to talk about the power of a man's heart. I want to talk about the men that actually add value in the spaces where they are frequenting. I don't want to talk about Birkin bags. I don't want to talk about 50-50 at Cheesecake Factory. I don't want to talk about the concubines of the world. They don't speak for me or represent me. Okay?
So you saying that these are algorithmic talking points?
Absolutely. They start, don't get me wrong, it's not something that's there. It starts from a true problem, right? There's a real issue, right? But it's magnifying a pebble, right? Because there's so many, like the other brother talked about, loyalty between the men and women in Colombia and how the women there are writing for their men. Like there's not loyalty between Black women and men in America. Like we don't have strong foundational culture. Like we don't come from beautiful, powerful history and people. Like wasn't Black men and women that were just working regular jobs and, buying their homes and having children and sending their children off to college and all that stuff. Like we're not here. Like that's not a reality. It is. It's actually the majority of us, contrary to popular belief.
Then why is there so much difficulty? Why is there so much disconnect?
Because we're not confronting the real issue. You know what that is?
What's the real issue?
Self.
As with regard to what?
With regard to pointing the finger versus self-awareness and self-accountability. If all of us focused on self-awareness and self-accountability, the problems would stop overnight. All of them. If we could talk about, we haven't even talked about, let me say this, we haven't even talked about sexual discipline. With sex keeps coming up. You said, what was the word you used? Let me find it. You said men are leaving because of whether it's romantic adventures, whether it's for sex, or whether it's for a wife, right? So if a man is going around the world for a sexual adventure, can I talk to a man like that about sexual discipline? No. That's a different type of conversation. But these are the issues that we're having here in America. This is how so many of our men are being neutralized, not being able to be sexually disciplined. We talk about baby mamas. We talk about single parent households. We talk about the number of women that are raising children on their own, but we don't talk about self-discipline. How? Problem solved. You see what I'm saying?
At what point does it, I get what you're saying. I acknowledge what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
At what point, I'm going to say this one last thing, and then I got to get off because it's kind of late here. It's like damn near 2 o'clock in the morning here.
Okay.
At one point, do you have to say to yourself, I can be self-reflective all I want. I can change myself all I want and all I can. At some point, you cannot change the terrain. You cannot change your environment. You have to get out of that environment and go to a place that's more compatible and more conducive to who you are.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because you can be this spirit, because somebody said this in a movie. It don't matter how smart you are in the world of stupid motherfuckers.
I would argue that point, but okay.
So you can be spiritually aware, you can be spiritually enlightened or whatever, you can know yourself. But if you're in an environment where that doesn't exist,
mm-hmm.
or if you're in an environment where, there's not enough people like you,
mm-hmm.
there comes a breaking point where you got to remove yourself from that environment.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So I live in LA right now. I'm born and raised in Oakland, California. I lived in Atlanta for almost 5 years. I moved to LA. I've been in LA almost for 5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
I've moved around. Oakland was not conducive to my highest and best potential. So I left. So I'm with you 100%. But then there's people who are born and raised in Oakland, who stay in Oakland, who thrive. It just depends on the person. It's a case-by-case scenario, right? So go where the happiness is. Go where the wealth is. Go where the abundance is. Go where the love is. But guess what? And this is not particular to you because I don't feel like it pertains to you. This pertains to the lames. Everywhere you go, there you are. If you're a lame in America, you're going to be a lame in South America. And you're going to attract a female who's probably a lame too. Only thing I ask is that you don't procreate. And in the lameness in your lifetime. That's all I'm saying.
Cool.
I'm being talking to you. But you know what? This has been a really, really good interaction between me and you because you represent, I won't say you represent that culture, but you are in it and looking at it from a higher vantage point than I'll say 90% of the men that I've heard speak about this topic were speaking on it. So you bring some wisdom into the conversation in terms of your intentions and the way that it can be done right without having to, without having to spit on anybody on your way out the door. You can leave, just don't spit on nobody on your way out the door. What's that about?
Exactly. That's something I never wanted to do. That's something I've never.
See, that's the difference between a man, a good man, and a king. So we have an understanding. I support you and I'm rooting for you all the way. And I hope that Brazil treats you well and everywhere you go in the world treats you well and receives you with love.
For sure. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes. Much love. Have a good night and get some rest.
You too. Take care.
All right. Peace. We got one more brother left. Before we get into this, I'm gonna get you because I know you've been waiting, John, and we're gonna end with you. Sam. Last Sam. So first of all, I saw the comment that you made and I forgot to mention it where you said Zaza doesn't like compliments. I've seen several men say that before. I don't know why you guys say that because it's not true. I don't mind compliments at all. I don't know what woman doesn't like compliments. I actually like everybody. The fact that somebody says something that's, you know, supportive or a compliment, right? Whether it's my looks, whether it's my mind, whether it's my content, I don't have any issue with compliments. I almost want to say I love compliments, but then I don't love compliments because sometimes people say it with an ulterior motive. So there's nothing that would equate to me not liking compliments. So please, please, please stop saying that. When I get frustrated is if I'm on a video and I'm talking about something that's important to me or that I'm fired up or passionate about or something that matters, which is 97.825% of my content, and you're in the comments talking about how I look, that's when it's like, really? That's when I get in my mind. I'm like, these people aren't paying attention to anything I'm saying. And I don't mean to say that about everybody, but that's when it's just kind of like, really, bruh? I'm talking about technology being used to transform humanity or something very important and significant, and you're talking about how I look. That's when it's irritating to me. But every woman loves compliments. So please stop saying that, because I have heard that repeated on several occasions. Thank you so much, my brother, for the Cash App. I appreciate you. And then in terms of the wife training, I saw your comment and I put it up on the screen about there's nothing wrong with wife training. I don't have an issue with a woman being prepped and groomed, so to speak, to be a wife. This the word training I have an issue with, because we're not dogs. You train a dog. You train a lion to be in a zoo. You train an elephant to be in a zoo. You don't train a woman to be a wife. You can create, context and, workshops and things that will help a woman to come into the fullness of herself, which is the best prescription for being a good wife. Just like a man coming into the fullness of himself is the best prescription for him being a good husband. Now, usually that happens during the process of the marriage, right? So those lessons are sort of unfolding through the relationship, so to speak, but they don't have to unfold through the relationship. They can unfold just at you as a single man and me as a single woman, and then us coming together and uniting and creating something powerful and beautiful. But please don't ever ask me to go to wife training. I'm not a dog. So it's the word more so than it is the concept. It sounds like Zaza has not been intimate with a man for a long time. That's abusing your body. I know you want my attention. I know you're trying to provoke me. I just let the comments sit up there and then, put the clean glass next to the dirty glass and let the people decide. I know it's rare for you guys to see a woman that talks about discipline and embodies discipline. I know it's rare for you to see a woman that is not operating specifically through her lower nature and that considers herself sacred and considers her body sacred and is, values and treasures it and is willing to wait for God. I'm not actually waiting for a good man or a king. I'm waiting for God, a God. God manifest in the presence of a man at its highest capability. You, Sam, would not know anything about that. So, no, I haven't been intimate in a while. I said that in the beginning of the video. I've been intentionally celibate. I could go outside and trip over a rock and have sex if I wanted to. So please don't equate that as some sort of standard to measure me by, because it's very easy. And then what else did you say? Abusing your body? Yeah, you're silly. You need manhood training. You don't need husband training. You need manhood training. John, I'm going to bring you into the conversation. How you doing, my brother?
You ended with the right one.
Okay, well, beautiful. Then let's go. Let's get to it.
What's going on? Now, I'll just listen to your conversation. Yeah. Very interesting.
I appreciate you. I'm happy to have you here, and you got the floor. What's on your mind?
I think a lot of these men put too much energy and emphasis into like trying to attract women, and when they do, run up on the women, they're just not, in the shape to maintain a relationship. And I say that yeah, I'm a landlord. I've been a landlord for a long time, and I go in and out of people's houses, and I see the young men that just have, just no basic skills to do anything. And I think that without that, just basic training, and it could be more than that, but just basic skills. I don't know how you can maintain a relationship, and that's just more or less what I've seen over the years. Even the men that can make a decent salary, they just don't have the skill sets to maintain a relationship. It's in my opinion, from what I've seen.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you used that language, maintaining a relationship, because maintaining a household or maintaining bills, right, or maintaining the physical aspects of what it takes to keep a house together, let's say, to speak, let's say, is not the same as maintaining a relationship. There's peaks and valleys, there's up and downs. Your significant other is going to mirror all of the best and worst qualities about you, right? So the things, the trauma aspect of things we've been through in our childhood, shortcomings, personality flaws, all that little stuff that all of us have that we eventually, hopefully, have to overcome, or at least set the intention to overcome. That the relationship is where all of that's going to go down. And so you have to be patient, right? You have to be emotionally mature. You have to be self-aware. You have to be cognizant of how much projection you're doing on your partner versus your self-accountability and awareness. And that's not really being talked about in a lot of our conversations about relationships.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think, a lot of times, men don't have much control over their own lives. And to try to add in a relationship, another person, that becomes, you complicate the situation.
Yeah.
And all the time.
So let me ask you this, because you sound like an intelligent brother, right? What is your perspective on the current state of Black women in America? When you can say women in particular, but obviously Black women as well.
Well, from what I see, a lot of them are doing much better than the men. I'm here in Washington, D.C. You see the, Black women in particular, they're probably 89, 85% of the population that say Howard University. And there aren't a lot of men. And presumably, most of those women will come out and do fairly well for themselves. And what does that leave the men?
Yeah.
And those women, have built-in expectations of their men because of what they've been able to accomplish. Mm-hmm. And so it presents kind of like an upside-down relationship where the women are doing so much better than the men. And they end up bossing the men around. Shit, I have women calling me looking for the place to live, and the man back there in the background listening. Or she paying the rent, and he in the house with her, and she talking to me as opposed to him talking to me. And I think that just puts a man in an unnatural, subordinate position in life. Yeah.
Subordinate position, huh?
Yeah.
Whose responsibility is that we have a high level of or number of men that find themselves in subordinate positions?
Well, ultimately it's their fault, right? Mm-hmm. But I think, in society, a lot of them have, a lot of people, and particularly Black men, where probably, it's more acute, they bought into a lot of propaganda. And so they overlooked a lot of the, jobs and industries that could have been beneficial to them in pursuit of higher education, where they may not be best fit. So now they got education, but they're not able to best use it.
Yeah.
When they could have cast down their bucket where they were and take up a construction job or something like that, and been doing very well for themselves. But now the immigrants have come in and taken over those positions, and so it kind of that void has been filled by someone else.
How do you feel in terms of, because you're there in DC, right? So you're looking at the political landscape, so to speak. And yes, Last Sam, you have absolutely, the StreamYard link is there in the chat room. If you would like to come on and have a face-to-face conversation, man to woman, you're welcome to do so. In terms of Donald Trump being in office now, how do you see that as a Black man, right? In the bigger scheme of things, in this sort of, to me, Donald Trump represents the top of the pyramid when it comes to that white male patriarchal, bravado, apex, predator type energy, right? How do you see that playing out right now in terms of the role that Black men play in America and what's going down and that apex white male sentiment, so to speak?
You're probably not gonna like this. I don't know where you stand, but I think honestly, a lot of young Black men looked up to Donald Trump most of my life because he represented that ambition, that that man that pursued, he built big buildings, put his name up in lights, and I think that's good for men to have that that ambition, and I think they've been propagandized to go against that, and I think the Black men that are listening, that are paying attention, that can see it for what it is, outside of politics, it'll be beneficial for them. The man has built a big business, a great business. He has, a decent family. You can say what you ever want to say about the 3 wives, but hell, that makes him normal.
Right.
And none of the women really speak negative. I don't think they speak negatively about him. He's done his thing in terms of raising his children. And I think he's a model in a sense that, everything is not going to be perfect, but you make the best out of it. Yeah. And I think he has made the best out of it. All of his children, seem to be doing well. His business is doing well. He's very resilient. What can you say about that?
Okay. All right. I respect that. I like what you said too about ambition. And I wrote that down because I always say, all men, whether they know it or not, there's the internal yearning to be a king or to be a ruler or at least a leader within within himself, and then eventually within a household. And I think that ambition, right, that motivation, that gumption to get up and go is lacking in a lot of our men. I hear so many people complaining about these young men nowadays, which just makes me love my son so much more because he's so different than that. But there is a lot of complaining about young people today and the lack of motivation, that get up and go, that that thrive. I don't want to say hustle because it's bigger than just a hustle mentality, but that thrive mentality. We're really lacking that, and a lot of that has to do with social media, and people have become really complacent.
I think they have it, to be honest with you. I just think, again, there's no entry, like there's no entry ramp for them to get on there like it used to be. And that is really what makes it difficult. When I was a young man, I could walk right up to a white person's house, knock on their door and say, hey, can I cut your grass? Those doors have been closed for many young Black men because of the crime, the violence, the lawlessness that I think has been labeled on all Black men, unfortunately. And so many young Black men, I see them all the time, in my tenants, many of them have never worked up until they get into their 20s. If they go into college, it'd be mid-20s before they really got a job. And so I've kind of termed it as like arrested development, where they're late in leaving childhood and the educational industrial complexes been, in a way kind of guiding them through the process and getting rich off of the time that they spent in school and not necessarily preparing themselves to have skills to be able to work. And that seems to be a big part of it. Yeah. A lot of the women don't seem to have a bigger problem. They can get, administrative type jobs, social work, HR, stuff like that. But the men, I don't think really are cut out to do those type of jobs. Most men probably want to work, in construction type jobs, not necessarily construction, but construction type jobs. You know what I mean? Where you exert some energy, you come home, feel like you've done something. The woman see you come in dirty, or I think it turns a woman on, to be quite honest with you. And I think a lot of that is missing. There are very few blue collar men that have natural muscles as opposed to going to the gym, working out.
Yeah. No, that's my friend and I were talking, and we were talking about men wanting traditional women, which is totally understandable and relatable. That traditional manhood element, though, like just being able to build a house, right? Where is that, right? Where is and obviously the construction industry is what it is, but you can go to community college and learn how to build, right? Start learning the building trade. So just the intention and the motivation in that regard, I think is very lacking. And then the passive, complacent. I think too, social media, calling people followers. That's why I never say my followers. I always say my folks or my tribe. I never say followers because I'm not trying to inspire followers. I want leaders backing me, leaders walking next to me. So I think that sentiment of just followers, that's kind of permeated in people's mind now, where people have gotten used to being a follower. No, be a leader. So I'm very grateful for your time, your perspective, and your wisdom. You know, because it's necessary. Our brothers need to hear our men talking, talking about relatable things that are actually relative to their lives. Like, I get it. Knowledge is, very pervasive in social media times. You can listen to somebody talk about the end of the universe, the galaxy, and the galactic federation, and they have all the answers to the sun, moon, and stars, but can't address the most basic common things that the average person is dealing with. So I appreciate you so much in that regard. I just had another brother chime in. I think it's a brother. So I'm going to take you off the screen.
Thank you for having me, by the way.
Yes.
You can come over to my channel sometime. We stream pretty much 24 hours a day. The Urban Landlord. And I'm John Galt.
Urban Landlord. I got you.
The Urban Landlord. And I'm John Galt, by the way. Yeah.
Got you. All right, you guys heard of the Urban Landlord. So if you like the brother's message and his energy, make sure you go find him on YouTube. And you can even post your information in the chat room if you want to put your page up there.
I do that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Much love, brother. Okay. So what was it that I want to say before I bring this last brother on? Oh, a couple of chat messages. Philly says, Zaza, I enjoy this live. This will be great 3 times a week. I honestly think this will be great for us building relationship skills and becoming better men and women. So thank you so much, Mystic Philly. I appreciate that. And to be honest, if the reciprocity was there in terms of like people supporting me the way that I support you guys with my time and energy, like we're going on 4 hours now, right? This is all free for me. I don't get paid for this. So I see people doing entertainment videos making $1,000 in super chats. I don't know what it is about, because I think the nature of what I'm talking about, it's not that sexy or attractive, that the support is not there. But yeah, if I had the support of the audience in terms of that regard and like valuing my time and energy with reciprocity, I wouldn't mind doing this at all. I actually never would have started my membership channel. I could have been doing all of my headline news episodes, all of my content live here. But the reciprocity and the support is just not there, unfortunately. But I definitely will be continuously, using my platform on occasion to raise the bar on the consciousness, which is why we're having this conversation now. Mike, I'm going to bring you up. I think that's your name, Mike, right? So let me just pull you up here. Peace and love. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. How you doing, brother?
How you doing, Zaza? Thanks for having me on. I've listened to you for quite a while. I was in the chat. I'm kind of like on both sides with this whole argument. First off, as far as the passport bros, now there's probably been people on your channel that might recognize me and whatnot. I've actually had back and forths with these guys online on other panels, some of which about some of the points that you brung up. For one, that whole thing about them not showing any of their wives and girlfriends, not showing any of their real things that they do out there in these countries. I have made that point on panels. But in the recent years, I've kind of dialed it back being so hard on them. And the reason why is because, for one, if these guys say that they're not wanted by our women or their women or whatever, they're not getting any play here in the United States, whatever. They're not getting a date, a phone call, whatever their hangups are. Then why should we, the people that are still in the community that are dealing with each other, care about them? Let them go and do whatever they're gonna do. That's my personal take on it. I don't really give them much smoke. As long as they ain't doing nothing with minors, as long as they ain't doing nothing with people that are against their will, they can go over there and do what they want to do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't really have much pushback about that. My thing is, you know, I get on people that kind of sit off in the shadows and try to take shots at the Black community.
Right.
Okay. That, in my opinion, will never slide with me. You know what I'm saying? There's too much anti-Black rhetoric going on in this country.
Right.
But I do understand that America is a very toxic environment. And if they want to leave and they feel that they can go somewhere else to get any inclination of appreciation, I'm for it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know, to the ones that are out there that clearly got issues, and we know who those people are, you know, those people they need to relax with all that talking and stuff like that. There's too much anti-Black rhetoric out there. And I feel like also it's not just Black women who have problems in America with the whole culture and all that stuff like that. Yet people love to hit Black people in the Black culture with a bat of responsibility when it comes to anything, you know, what would you say? Anything that's like, you know, sexualized or morally wrong. Everybody loves to take shots at the Black community, the Black woman, Black man. We always get blamed. You know, as soon as something happens, oh, it's the hip hop culture, it's the rap culture and stuff like that. When 9 times out of 10, if you look at some of the history of where all this sexual debauchery comes from, the Sarah Bartman stories and all this stuff like that, it ain't us. I mean, Black people are really actually the prudes in the room. Okay.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
All right. I mean, I'm gonna go there, Zaza, but all you got to do is look at the porn industry. The white woman is the most whored out woman in the world.
Yeah.
Seriously. Okay. And all of the you know, social media platforms, all these platforms are not invented by us. We had no say in them. We didn't invent IG. We didn't invent OnlyFans. They're doing that to exploit women so that they can send a narrative out there.
Yeah.
Okay. Combining that with, you know, these guys that have low self-esteem, they don't know how to approach women. So it's kind of like I create the problem and I'm also the solution to the problem so that they can get some money. It's all about money and taking your funds. They're not making you better. They're not showing you how to interact with women on a real scale. So you're just going out there just trying to alleviate yourself based off of your own insecurities so that you won't go out there and actually live a proper life and have the things that you want so that you can be successful and happy in the real world.
Yeah.
But these people are desperate. They've made these toxic environments now to where men and women don't even want to react with each other in the real world.
Yeah.
And they have unrealistic ideals about what a woman's body is supposed to look like, what a man is supposed to be. You should hear some of the replies that men and women, because I can't just put it all on one group. Men and women in this world are very, very damaged, and they have these just these like concepts that are just not right. And I'm actually originally from New York. I lived in the Bay Area though for almost 12 years. And I saw it out there when I was going to school. I would see just like the interactions between younger men and women. And I was like, it's not really cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't really be doing that. You know what I'm saying? And I've learned over the years to just kind of like, you got to step away from these echo chambers in these social media platforms and deal with people in the real world. So that you don't go around, you know, if you're listening to, you know, if you're a young guy listening to red pill content 24/7, of course you're gonna start to look at women a certain way.
Yeah.
And what happens if you come across now everybody says, oh, American women are terrible. What if you do happen to come out there to the world and you meet a real woman in real time in America and she's actually cool?
Yeah.
And now your mind is so jacked up, you say the wrong thing. Now she's totally turned off. So now you just missed your opportunity to hook up with whoever. You know what I'm saying? Or because that mindset is playing in your background or your mental. You don't even realize it. And you're coming off as an asshole. You're coming off as, excuse my French. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with women.
Yeah.
So it goes both ways. You gotta clear all that stuff out. I actually stopped being on panels. I used to be on a lot of panels, going back and forth with political people, the Republicans, the Democrat type people. I left all that shit alone. It's actually rare that I actually jumped onto this, but I was just listening from like the clouds, listening to some of the talking points going back and forth. And like I said, there's certain things that I understand with your perspective. There's certain things I understand from the passport bros perspective, but ultimately it has to be done through a genuine way.
Right.
You cannot allow people to control your mind with living vicariously through their problems, through their hatred, through their bad experiences. There's some guys that are like 20 years old. They fresh off the porch. I'm 40. I know I don't look like it, but I'm 40 years old. And I know there's some guys that like, you haven't been through that.
Yeah.
Why you talking about single moms and you don't even got a child?
Right.
You're not invested. Exactly. You're not invested. You don't even got kids.
For real.
But you talking about when you don't got no children.
Yeah.
You ain't never dated nobody, so you never got cheated on nobody.
Yeah.
So, they're living vicariously through a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And, you just got to learn when to turn it off and step away from the social media, man. The social media will kill you.
Yeah.
It will.
And like you use the word damaged, right? And the echo chambers, which is a powerful sentiment. You're probably gonna hear me repeat that because when I gravitate, I love words, and those echo chambers just brought a lot to my mind, especially when it comes to social media. But that word damaged, right? A lot of the content that we are being exposed to and that's on social media is coming from that damaged vantage point, right? And the algorithm is magnifying it. So what we want to do as a rule of thumb, those among us that are trying to find peace in the midst of this insanity, no matter where we are in the world, is stay off the damaged frequency and not magnify the damaged frequency. And a lot of the issue that I have with, I'm not going to say a lot of brothers, but some brothers, this applies to women as well, just in terms of the conversation we're having, is that they're magnifying the damaged energy, right? How is Charleston White still a strong, prominent voice in our culture after time after time after time after time again, where he has said and done things that an average man or woman should be stepping back and kind of scratching their head like, wait a minute, what? And again, this is not, I'm trying to start no word with Charleston White or his followers, but it's just like after a conversation talking about R-wording women and like bragging about it, certain things you say, I don't understand how you can still get back in without going back and sort of retracing your steps, so to speak. So, but that's that damaged mindset. That's that damaged energy. And if you say it loud enough, and you have enough charisma, or make a few intellectual points, it'll become a part of the collective consciousness. So we have damaged influencers, damaged mindsets, damaged leadership. I always say that people get the leaders they deserve, right? Because if you gravitate towards, and I'm back to the conversation about the passport boys, you gravitate towards somebody that says that a woman doesn't have any value after a certain age, right? She might as well be given the poo nanny up after a certain age. Like, what? Do you have a mother? You know what I mean? Do you have an auntie? Like, why? And even if you don't, why would you be projecting that type of negative mindset, right? So I need men to understand this, that the sentiment of American women being so horrible, so terrible, well, how do you think that's going to add to the in the bigger scheme of things, right? The condition of the mindset of women in America. if there is 1,000 or 10,000 or 20,000 videos now that are doubling down on the fact that American women are terrible and horrible and Black women aren't this and that. But the argument that Black men have been making for the past 20, 30, 40 years is how negatively mainstream media is projecting on them, how negatively all of the programming and television and media is, right? The brute representation of Black men, the sexual, you only being good for sex, or the gorilla element of Black male representation, or you're only good for playing sports or entertainment, right? If we can acknowledge that in the collective consciousness, racism, white supremacy has been negatively projecting on Black men and is having a terrible effect on your psyche, which it has, how can we possibly think that the same thing doesn't apply in terms of the negative projection of Black men on Black women, especially because you're closer to us. So your words and your impact and your behavior has way more profound of an impact on me than the white man should have on you, right? So I'm just saying, I'm really trying to tap the heart chakra of our men. I'm really
Listen, if they don't think there's any Black unity, look what just happened up there with them devils over there in Ohio. Those were Black. I'm talking about them doggone white supremacists over there in Ohio that came to that Black town and tried to hang that Nazi banner over the overpass.
Okay.
That happened just recently, and there was Black men and women standing together, united, against that. They literally ran them out of there. Because the police didn't help them.
Yeah.
The police came there and did that, real standoffish. Okay, now guys, like calm down. They was really, really like, there's some straight up white supremacist group came over there, protested, put a doggone banner over the Black town. Black people say, you know what? This ain't a gender war.
Yeah.
We need to protect our community right now. Nobody was out there talking about who was stronger than who, none of that stuff. Everybody knew what the assignment was, and they got them out of there. And that's how we need to be.
Well, and there's a situation here in LA recently. A video went viral in a Taco Bell. A Mexican dude, I think he was Mexican, he was a security guard. There was a sister who was in there who obviously has some mental health issues, probably was homeless. And this guy, he's trying to get her to leave, and she's giving him kick the feedback or whatever. He just hauls off and punches her, right? And true to form, like all the other videos where nobody does anything, everybody's just standing around holding cameras or watching. And so, the other day, Snoop posted this on his page where a bunch of brothers, pastors, and some other community leaders went to the Taco Bell and shut it down, right? So there is a lot of representations of unity. We got the Nation of Islam, or some brothers from the nation out in Georgia, have been buying land and are brokering and cultivating land, right? And you got mass brothers and sisters going out there and buying land. That's happening all across the country, right? You have a high level of upward mobility in terms of regular brothers and entrepreneurs that are buying businesses and going and doing redevelopment or committing to the community, or things of that nature. So there are so many representations of how we can come together and empower one another and support one another. So thank you. I really appreciate your perspective and your vantage point. And it means a lot to hear brothers to be able to express themselves in a way that's not leaving us holding the bag or feeling like we don't have men out here supporting us. Like, it absolutely matters to hear your voice and to know that we are being represented by the brothers who are still standing up for us.
Hey, look, I appreciate it, and I just want to say this, and I'll get off your line. I have no problem with if you want to interracially date. Everybody's going to make their choices or whatever. But all I'm saying is that, like I said, and I'll reiterate this. There's no need to go on a tangent. Everybody has bad experiences. Shoot, I've had bad experiences with my own race and women, but am I going to go up there and make a video with an hour, 2 hour, cry boo? No, I'm not going to do that. You got to learn to move on. You got to heal. Sometimes you got to be by yourself.
Yeah.
And just heal and, you know, get over that shit or whatever, do what you gotta do. But this whole thing of just tearing each other down, man, I'm tired of seeing this shit. This shit's
For real.
ridiculous.
Same. It's exhausting. It's not adding any value to anything. This is
It does nothing.
It's what the algorithm wants, and then they'll turn around and talk about racism, white supremacy. Like, yeah, you're doing the white man's job right now by this dissent and this evil spirit between our people. You know.
Yep. Because they get on code. They get on code when they want to destroy you and your community. They all on board, whether they Republican, Democrat, straight, gay, man, woman. They all stand up there against your black ass.
Yeah.
But we up here fighting each other over petty shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's real talk. I appreciate
thank you, though.
Much love. I appreciate you. And this, you know, I'm here for the good men and the good women and the kings and queens and the gods and goddesses. Those are my target audience. That's my target audience. That's my target tribe, right? So I want to say a couple of more things in terms of the interracial relationship aspect, and I'm very qualified to talk about this as a product of an interracial relationship. You have to think beyond just, and I support you in whoever you love who you love. This is not about who you trying to get you to choose what you love, who you love. I lost half of the support system that I was supposed to have with my mother's father because they had an issue with my father having a child with, or having an interracial child. So me as a mixed race, you know, child at that point, they never accepted me. So the aunties, the uncles, the cousins, the nieces, the nephews, the grandparents, all of that support system that I was supposed to get on my mother's side, I did not have access to, right? So it's one thing to have to consider that as you, the mother or father, and having to deal with that part of the family. Okay, they don't accept us, we just won't deal with them. That's understandable. But as a child and growing into adulthood, figuring out your life, that child now or that grown-up now is still supposed to have access to that whole entire support system. I didn't have that. So I was handicapped in that regard. So that's something else to consider that we don't really talk about in terms of interracial relationships that I'm a product of. And then the other thing, just in terms of the broader scope of this conversation, evil magnifies and expands in environments where there is no love. Chaos and fear magnifies and expands in environments where there is no love. So whether it's the anti-Black man, the anti-Black woman, the passport brothers, lame department of the passport brothers, because now we have to contextualize because we have more information, right? But the lames of the world, the anti-Black women, you know, professionals, and all of that frequency, evil flourishes in loveless environments. And I see a lot of loveless environments and loveless conversations on social media. So the same way I say we should be avoiding the damaged influencers, the damaged podcasters, the damaged, you know, I don't care if they have 10 followers or 10 million followers. And there are some with very large platforms, and there's no love coming out of anything that these people are saying or doing. We need to avoid these type of people at all costs. I've talked for a long time. You guys have rocked with me. I received 2 super chats and 2 Cash App love offerings. I guess that is a financial representation of the value that I have for you guys. So wonderful. If you stuck with me and you stayed engaged and you communicated in the chat and you offered your perspective, or you came and had a live conversation with us live, I appreciate you guys so much. I never take it for granted that I can hold court, so to speak, and have people chime in, and that people that care what I say. I'm going to break this video down into clips so we can highlight some of the important parts of the conversations that we had, because I know everybody can't listen for 4 hours, but I appreciate my moderator. Thank you so much, Queen, for having my back, for holding me down. Thank you to those 4 people who offered financial support. And thank you to everybody that has tuned in. My website is ZaZaAli.com. My contact email is info@ZaZaAli.com. All of my contact information is in the description. You guys can reach me there, and I will see you beautiful people very soon. Peace and love.